still can't get over what we saw happening outside the starship.
Yeah, our planet's really not doing too hot right about now.
I've only ever seen Rena from the surface of Dana, so I figured it was just another round planet like ours. Still though, I never would have imagined Rena actually looked like that. And what's the deal with that giant flower coming out of it?
Beats me. I have absolutely no clue. It's so surreal. It looks like a broken egg or something.
Rena and Dana. We were taught that both worlds were spherical bodies that floated amongst the stars in the heavens. But to think that they lied to us not only about the Sovereign and the Crown contest, but also the form of our own planet.
Dohalim.
Okay, who's the wise guy that summoned us here?
Someone formidable enough to bring our starship along with us.
They must be here somewhere. Let's find them.
This place looks a lot like that room we saw back in the Forbidden Zone.
Huh? What's that? It's one of those!
A red woman in disguise. Or is this their true form?
So it was a trap?
It doesn't look like it can move. Tell me, are you the one who brought us here?
That is correct. It is unusual for me to have unexpected guests these days.
It can talk!
What are you?
Hevrect 35.
Hevrect 35. Is that your name?
Correct.
What is this place? No, wait, before that, just what exactly are you? Are you somehow associated with the Red Women?
Before I answer, I have a question for you. How did you all arrive in this sector?
We did not come to this place by choice. Our ship was brought here against our will, by a group of red women who can shift into the same form as you.
In that case, we can assume my brethren who serve the Great Spirit have deemed you all to be a threat most grave.
What do you mean, serve? Are you saying there really is someone more powerful than the Red Women, pulling their strings?
What did you do to us?
I examined your bodies. You have not been harmed in any way. Identifiers detected. The Sovereign and Maiden are among you. However, you aren't under its control. I see why they viewed you as a danger now.
Oh goody, more riddles.
Do you think we can trust this thing?
Like it or not, it may be our best chance at a ticket out of here. Let's at least hear it out.
I shall now answer your questions. We are Helganquil. The Red Women you encountered previously are a form of disguise we employ from time to time, but not our true form.
Helganquil?
You are on Dake Phasol, a celestial base which drifted here by accident. The will of Rena's Great Spirit no longer reaches us here. Since my sudden separation from the Great Spirit's influence, I have used any and all means to extend my lifespan. As I have done so, I have also set out to monitor and research Rena and Dana from this position.
A question. What is this Great Spirit of which you speak? Is it something that rules over your kind?
Correct. The great astral spirit is a large mass of astral energy that fills all of Rena, one with its own will, a voice we cannot refuse.
A voice? Just like Dana.
The voice of the great spirit speaks to our hearts directly, and we have served it without question throughout the ages.
Does that mean it was controlling your minds? Wait a second. Could this great spirit be the true sovereign of Rena?
The true ruler of Rena. It could be the same thing that's controlling Volron.
Wait, back up. You're telling us this great spirit of yours is the one that ordered you things to harvest the astral energy from Dana? I'm not sure I believe that.
Why not? We've already made contact with the will of Dana back in the Wedge, and in the Forbidden Zone on Lenegus. If Dana has a will of its own, I don't see why Rena wouldn't.
Maybe not, but think about what you're saying. If Dana has a will like Rena, then that would mean that we've been controlled by the voice of Dana this whole time, just like these things.
Dana's will hasn't been forcing us to do anything.
Yeah, but
Let's assume that what Hevrect 35 claims is true, and that we are indeed cut off from both planets. Even if we had previously been under the control of Dana's will, we would have noticed now that we are disconnected.
Your fear is not based in logic. The voice of Dana is much smaller and quieter compared to that of Rena's great spirit. Rena's astral energy is amassed at its center, whereas Dana's is shared among all its constituents. So thinly is that energy spread that it cannot coalesce and formulate a will. Our findings here indicate as much.
Which explains why we felt its will where we did. The Wedge and Lenegus are where so much of that energy had been accumulated.
The Great Spirit's desire is to consume all astral energy. And the pursuit of that desire is why you see Rena in its current state. As a result, it has turned its attention toward Dana.
Is that why the crown contest is necessary? So that the Great Spirit can feed off of Dana?
Indeed. And it was to that end that we Helganquil devised the crown contest. Had the initial spirit channeling from 300 years ago succeeded, all of Dana's astral energy would have been seized.
But the ceremony failed. Lenegus was severely damaged, and you lost both the Sovereign and the Renasalma.
Correct. A change in plan was required to ensure the spirit channeling success. However, recreating the Renis Alma required a vast amount of energy. That is why we turned to Dana.
So that was the real purpose behind the crown contest. An efficient means to harvest the necessary energy from Dana.
This is all happening because of me.
Nevertheless, you still haven't answered one of Alphen's original questions. Just why have you brought us here to your base, Hevrect 35?
First, it was to confirm the identities of you, my unexpected visitors. Second, it was to ascertain whether you would be likely to accept my request.
A request? But what could someone like you want us to...
I wish for you all to slay the Great Spirit.
I'm sorry, did you just ask us to kill your master?
I did. It is in your best interest that you do so, I might add.
What makes you say that?
Lenegus has entered the final stage of the spirit channeling plan. As we speak, Dana's energy is being harvested en masse and transmitted to Rena. If nothing is done about the Great Spirit, it will not be long before all is lost.
You're saying the destruction we saw earlier is just the beginning? That...
We won't let that happen.
Why do you want us to kill the Great Spirit so badly? Is it to save our world? To free you, Helganquil, from under its control? Why?
No. My primary concern is validating our findings and analysis, which have taken many years to realize. As such, it is my desire to see how your actions impact and change these systems. However, I will not deny that vengeance also plays a part.
Vengeance? For what?
In spite of our long service to the Great Spirit, our species is on the brink of extinction.
You mean... you're dying?
At this stage, it would be wise for you to talk with the others. Ask them what you need to know. Once you have your answer, return to me. If you agree to help, I shall fix your ship.
Others? Just how many of you are there?
I am the only Helganquil who inhabits Dake Faisal.
Hey! Hey!
It's no use. I think it's done talking to us. Let's take a look around.
You can't seriously be buying anything that creature told us, right? I mean, it's practically blackmailing us into doing its dirty work.
To be honest, the conversation went on for so long, I'm not sure I understood all of it. How about you, Dohalim? Were you able to follow it at all?
At the very least, everything it said about the Renan Great Spirit adds up. At the end of the day, this whole chain of events comes back to astral energy. That being said, had we not previously encountered the will of Dana, I suspect I would find its story much more difficult to believe.
The spirit of Rena wants to see Dana completely destroyed.
But why? Astral energy is supposed to be a force that creates and shapes the world.
It doesn't matter. I don't care if we're up against an entire world or what its game is. We're not going to let it destroy Dana.
Right.
There is one other thing that concerns me. How the Great Spirit, the Helganquil, and the Crown Contest are all part of a centuries-long plan is clear enough. But what about the Renans? How do they factor into all this?
Now that you mention it, and all that talk, Hevrek 35 never even brought up the Renans once. And as for the Helganquil, we never did find out just what they are either.
Maybe it had a reason for keeping its silence. Or perhaps there's even more going on. Maybe the others will shed more light on the matter. Let's find out. Who are they?
What is it?
Oh, my apologies. It's just been so long since I've seen any humans from the outside world.
Are you a Renan?
Oh, yeah, I guess so. The Overseer told us to answer any questions you might have. Whatever you want to know, we'll tell you as much as we can. But be quick. Our subjects are undergoing a dramatic shift that we don't want to miss.
What a weird guy.
He must have meant Hevrek 35 when he mentioned that Overseer.
And what was that about subjects? You don't think he meant Dana and Rena, do you?
There isn't anyone else we can talk to. I guess we should ask around here.
Have you guys lived up here in Dake Faisal with Hevrek 35 for a long time?
Yes. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head just how long it's been, though. We regularly go into stasis, so our sense of time has gotten rather out of whack over the years.
Why are you all even here in the first place?
Originally, this station was where we worked to perform maintenance on Lenegis from the outside.
We heard that the facility ended up in its current location due to an accident.
Oh, it was terrible. Apparently there was some kind of accident, and when help never arrived, they presumed the entire facility had been destroyed.
And you've been working for Hevrek 35 ever since?
Well, at first we thought that there was nobody else inside the facility, but then it turned out the Overseer was there all along.
What do you mean?
The Helganquil have the technology to cloak themselves around us Renans. As long as they don't do anything obvious, a Renan won't see one, even if it's right in front of them.
Which would explain why Shion and I failed to notice the Red Women previously. Do they employ an astral art of some sort?
I haven't been able to scientifically confirm it for myself, but from what I understand, the type of cloaking they use is primarily achieved through mechanical means. In addition, they also used hypnosis devices and information control to get us to do what they wanted without being detected. It's a pretty sophisticated operation, especially since it avoids any unnecessary conflict. I have to imagine that's how Lenegus is still run.
But aren't the Helganquil themselves controlled by the Great Spirit? If so, why aren't Renans affected by it in the same way?
The Great Spirit's mind control only works on Helganquil, so they had to employ other means to manipulate us Renans.
You act like this didn't affect you personally. If I was you, I'd be mad as hell at their deceptions.
I mean, sure, I was surprised when I first found out about it, but it happened so long ago.
Hevrek 35 has clearly ceased concealing itself, though. Why is that?
Who can say? My guess is it just got bored, or maybe even a little lonely.
Don't you want to go back home to Rena or Lenegus? Our ship is going to be fixed pretty soon. You could ride with us.
No way. If we went back after knowing the truth, they'd either just brainwash us or purge us outright. After all this time, there's nothing to be gained from going back. We've all agreed it'd be best to simply stay here and watch everything unfold instead. Things are going just fine with the Overseer. Not that it'll be around much longer. It can't extend its life any further. That said, I'm sure it's pleased to see the final stage of the plan before it passes on, though.
Thank you for answering our questions. Can we talk to you for a few minutes?
Sure. It's going to be a while before the two planets undergo their next shift, so I can talk until then.
Please, tell us what you know about the Helganquil.
You mean the Overseer's species? I can't say I know much about them.
Well, for starters, where'd they come from?
Where else? From Rena, obviously.
From Rena? Wait, are you telling us those things live right alongside the Renans down there?
Of course not. There's really no such thing as Renans in the first place.
Excuse me?
Oh, I thought the Overseer explained everything.
Apparently not.
Please, tell us more.
Well, in a nutshell, the Renans were originally created from Danans by the Helganquil.
But if that's true, then that would mean there aren't any people on Rena.
There aren't, but there are Helganquil. That's what the name literally means in their language, people of Rena.
But what need could they possibly have to create a whole new race of people?
It was a way to bolster their dwindling workforce. I trust you're aware that the Helganquil are on the verge of extinction, yes? In essence, we were created to carry on their work for the Great Spirit after they all die. They gathered Danans who had an affinity for astral arts and proceeded from there. That's why we, as their descendants, can all cast arts, albeit to varying degrees.
Let me get this straight. Are you saying Renans were originally created from Danans that the Helganquil kidnapped?
Wait, that explains why almost nobody can use astral arts on Dana now.
Helganquil technology is truly amazing. The way they alter their bodies is far less invasive than your conventional surgeries. They have these tiny machines that are practically invisible, which they insert into their bodies and—
Enough! You needn't tell us anymore.
How can you speak so calmly about all of this?
I guess I can see how, when viewed in a certain light, their ways may sound grotesque. But if you ask me, I think they ultimately did us a favor. They saved us from crawling the earth in ignorance. If it meant their hands had to get a little dirty in the process, then so be it. Anyway, the Helganquil are the real Renans. Personally, I don't think it's such a big deal. They're also mostly the ones behind what you see going on between the two planets. I think that covers just about everything worth knowing.
I see. Thanks for filling us in.
Does he really expect us to believe that Renans never truly existed? How absurd.
Dohalim.
Just when I think we're getting to the bottom of it all, some new revelation smacks us in the face.
Then let's hope this is our last revelation for a while. Do you know anything about a spirit channeling plan?
If you mean the first plan from 300 years ago, then yes. Do you know what its main objective was?
Yes. It was to use Lenegis to siphon off Dana's astral energy and send it to Rena.
Exactly. However, there were two problems we had to consider. First was how to collect and send such a large quantity of astral energy without it becoming sentient. Second, we had to figure out how to convert Dana's energy so it would be compatible with Rena.
I take it the solutions to those problems were to use the wedge for the collection, and then the Sovereign and Maiden to convert the energy.
We have a winner! However, the first plan failed when the Sovereign was overwhelmed and became frenzied. The reason for that is because the Maiden lost control. I'm told he slaughtered many Renans in Helganquil that day. For the next plan, we tried to recreate the Renis Alma, but we didn't have nearly enough of the other non-dark astral energy types. To amend that, we set our sights on Dana, and implemented a system whereby we could extract energy from it.
And the crown contests began.
Correct. Since the Maiden had been the failing point in the previous plan, it was decided to replace her role with machinery to avoid further mishaps. A new Sovereign had to be made as well. It was such tremendously difficult work, its success was dubious. But from the look of things, it would appear such worries were unfounded.
So that's what the purpose of that room we found in the Forbidden Zone was.
What about the flower that sprouted from Rena?
Flower? Oh, that thing. That's the physical manifestation of all the astral energy that's been harvested from Dana. As I'm sure you've noticed, it's quite a lot of energy. At this point, it's likely that it's become physically integrated with Rena's planetary structure.
Hevrecht 35 mentioned that the spirit channeling plan is entering its final stage. Is that true?
It is. I never thought I would live to see the day with my own eyes, and yet here we are. Are we done talking now? If it's all the same to you, I'd really rather not miss anything that's about to happen.
He talks like the potential end of the world is just another day on the job.
You've got to remember that these guys have been living alone up here for a long time. Who knows what shape their minds are in?
It feels like our whole world has been turned upside down. Is there anything we know that's still true at this point?
Seriously, I'm still trying to process the fact that we Renans were created by the Helganquil, let alone the Sovereign and Maiden stuff.
Let's take a moment to gather ourselves. I know all of this is a lot to believe and take in, but I think it's fair to say that we've found the answers we've been looking for. Does everyone agree?
Agreed. Though I'll admit that I never expected it to all boil down to Rena's great spirit being behind everything.
Everything that's happened, everything we've endured, it's all because of astral energy.
And to get that energy, the Great Spirit took control of the Helganquil. Then the Helganquil created the Renans, who went on to invade and rule over the Danans.
Plus, the reason the Great Spirit can't directly control the Renans as well is likely because they were originally Danans all along.
Either way, I think it's fair to say we've all had a lot to take in at once. Maybe too much, even. We should probably take it easy and rest our minds a bit. Why don't we all take some time to think things over before we decide on our next move?
That's a good idea, Kisara. If the Renan Great Spirit really is behind all this, then we've got a really big fight ahead of us. Because it's not just Dana on the line, but Rena too. If we're going to do this, we need to be completely sure of ourselves. So let's go ahead and break off for now. We aren't in any immediate danger, so we should be okay. You sure you don't want to be alone right now?
I could ask you the same question.
I figured I'd get all my thinking in while walking around and checking up on everybody.
I'll go along with you. I'm interested to hear what's on everyone's minds too.
Sounds good. Let's go find them.
Everyone's just gone their own way, huh?
Yeah, let's hit up each spot.
Oh, it's you two. Does he seem like he's doing any better now?
He who? Oh, you mean Dohalim, don't you?
I know that we're all struggling to wrap our minds around it all, but he looked like he was taking it really hard earlier.
What do you think about everything we've learned? About the Renans and the Great Spirit and all that?
On some level, I'm not even really sure what to think, to be honest. I mean, the Great Spirit is like a huge natural disaster, but with a mind and will of its own. But if that thing's hellbent on trying to destroy our planet, then the only thing left for us to do is stop it. As for the Renans, I suppose my feelings on that are a bit more mixed.
How so?
Coexistence between Danans and Renans in Menancia is still a work in progress. In my case, I think that's partly because deep down, I was still on guard around Renans. So, to be told that they're like us, that they're actually just like us is, well, I guess it's a little deflating, to be honest.
You kept a pretty level head.
You mean about the Renans? At the end of the day, the Helganquil and the Great Spirit are the ones who are responsible. But at the same time, I realize that not every Danan is necessarily going to believe that either.
I know you're already aware of this, but the list of grievances the Danans have against the Renans is long, and understandably so. And if people then find out that they're all actually one and the same, yeah, I don't think they're going to take to it too kindly.
Even just among the Danans, I'm sure there'll be some who emerge with power and some who won't. I think if we can find a way to get rid of that imbalance, then we'll be in a truly good place.
Well, first we can try to figure out what to do about the existing conflicts we have.
Yeah. It'd be nice if one day people could learn to get past their hatred like Rinwell did.
It's no small task. We can't pretend like the past didn't happen and ask people to forget their very real pain and suffering.
Right. Everybody has their reasons for feeling the way that they do. But if we just keep yelling at each other about it, we'll never move on. In a worst-case scenario, it might lead to even more people getting killed.
And we all have to figure out how to meet halfway. Not just that, but to also embrace each other's pain, in a sense.
That's an interesting way of putting it.
It's true. Everybody has their own scars, their own trauma. The first step to healing those wounds is to put aside that hatred. It won't be achieved through reasoning, but I think it's a good first step, if nothing else. And now, I think I see a way to move forward. But to do that, first we need to make sure our planet isn't going to get wiped out.
You both seem awfully calm.
Only because after everything we've seen, we don't have the energy to keep being shocked.
How are you holding up, Rinwell? That whole talk about the Renans looked like it shook you up a bit.
Yeah. I get this sinking feeling whenever I remember how Danon mages like my family were persecuted and died out. And now, I finally know why that is. But I was thinking, if Renans end up living together with Danons again, then mages won't be such an unusual thing to see on Dana anymore, right? I know it's not as simple as all that, but Danons probably won't be so quick to let their guards down. And there might be Renans who still act superior because of their arts.
It wouldn't surprise me. 300 years of bad blood and prejudice isn't going to be an easy thing to overcome.
Yeah. I know firsthand just how much hatred can take hold in your heart once you let it in. But even so, I was still able to change. And if I can change, so can anyone else. So I was thinking maybe, I don't know, I could use my position as both a Danon and a mage to help bring both sides together.
Rinwell.
That great spirit worries me too, though. Dana's will feels so warm and inviting. So why is Rena's will trying to destroy our entire planet?
Now that you mention it, Everett 35 and the other scientists here never really brought that up. Maybe they don't know either.
Maybe. But regardless, at the end of the day, Dana's still our home. There's no way we can let it be destroyed.
We won't. We'll keep it safe no matter what.
I still can't believe it, man.
You're not the only one still trying to make sense of all this. Believe me.
Really? You've never struck me as the type of guy to get hung up on these sorts of things.
Did you forget what happened back in Thistleum? Once my memories started coming back to me, I felt completely and totally lost.
It was really that bad for you?
Yeah, it was. But thanks to Law and everybody else, I remembered that I still had things out there worth fighting for.
Man, I think you might be a better guy than me, Alphen. All I can remember thinking was, when's this guy gonna get his act together?
Law.
I was too worried about repeating the same mistakes I'd made back with my dad, and running away from the truth. That was no way to live. And I've tried to stay strong, my way. But all this talk about other races and the world ending, if I can be honest with you guys, it's just all too much for me to handle right now.
I know this is going to sound strange coming from me, but maybe the key is not to worry too much about the big stuff right now.
Oh?
I used to worry all the time about my thorns, for obvious reasons, but I never really opened up to anyone about them. And when I realized my visions pointed to a threat that was bigger than me, I didn't know what I should do or who to tell. But that's when I finally got it. You guys were all there for me, to teach me what's really important. I just had to open up and listen.
In other words, if you let the big picture stuff get you all muddled up inside, you'll begin to lose sight of what you really care about. Yeah, I think you're right.
The thing that's most important, what I really care about. All I want to do is protect the people that really matter to me, to fight for them. That's good enough, right?
Not everyone is strong enough to fight.
Huh?
It's something your dad told me once when he was still alive. Law, you know you're strong enough to fight, and you're strong enough to protect the people you care about. Forget all the big stuff going on. Just don't lose sight of what you want to protect in the first place. Sound good?
Yeah, I think it does. It's like a big weight's been lifted off my shoulders. I'll fight to protect the people around me. Just like I always have. I think that's best.
I apologize for making you witness that.
You mean hearing the origins of the Renans?
Indeed. It's shocking to have so many things I thought to be indelible fade away in mere seconds.
Even I'm still not sure everything we've heard here is actually true.
Let's not delude ourselves. If what we've heard is a lie, It's a rather elaborate one. I can only imagine that you must have been constantly feeling like this, ever since your memory returned, Alphen. And you as well, Shion. About your thorns, and being a maiden.
That's just part of being alive, don't you think?
Well, to say the least. But enough about me. I'm not concerned for myself. What concerns me is all of the other Renans out there.
When you say the other Renans, you mean the ones that are living on Lenegis or Dana, right?
Correct. Even if we stop the Great Spirit from annihilating Dana, our problems will still remain. Putting aside the untold state that Rena may be in, if we do not truly belong there, we will have to think long and hard about where it is that we wish to return to.
So, I guess your only real choices at this point are to either stay on Lenegis or come down to Dana, huh? And right now, Lenegis might not even be a safe option.
And at the same time, Danans are hardly likely to embrace Renans with open arms. If the issue is forced, things could turn dire. There is, after all, 3 centuries worth of hatred to overcome between us. And the victims of our rule have absolutely every right to feel animosity towards us Renans. Our own circumstances as the aggressors are irrelevant.
I didn't expect the former Lord of Menancia to be so down about people reconciling.
Menancia's fate was a stroke of good luck. There had been backlash over how it had been ruled, and I was blessed to have sympathizers among my ranks. Still, even now, there remain ardent dissidents.
But things can still change if you have the right people to help lead the way. Isn't that what you hope to achieve on Lenegis, after this is all over?
Indeed. I have fully accepted the burden of that responsibility. In that regard, I remain determined. On that note, I have something of a favor to ask of you, Alphen.
Oh? What is it?
I wish for you to serve as a mediator so that the Renans can live on Dana peaceably. As the one and only Blazing Sword, I suspect the Danans may listen to what you have to say when problems arise.
And I take it that you'll be the one to represent the Renans?
Yes. I realize that I'm asking quite a lot of you. However, the fact of the matter is that it will take time for Renans to re-enter Danan society without any bloodshed. That is why...
You're the same as ever, Dohalim.
Is it too much?
No, relax. You get so tense and formal when you're asking for a favor. Listen, there's no need for that. We're friends.
You're too kind. I can see you were raised well.
That's some high praise, Alphen.
Then I'll ask once again, this time just as friends. Alphen, will you help me?
You don't even need to ask. Of course I will.
Thank you, my friend.
Well, it sounds like everyone's learning from their past and using it to create a better future for everyone.
What about you, Shion? How do you feel about the origin of the Renans?
To be honest, I'm not really all that shocked, actually. I mean, I might be a Renan in the literal sense, but I've never really felt like one of them. Right now, it's kind of a mystery.
How do you mean?
Because for a really, really long time, all I ever thought about was how I was going to die. Not if or when, but how. I thought I'd die alone. That fate had me in its steely grip. I would have never imagined that I'd be traveling with someone like you, fighting to save Rena and Dana. I mean, how could I have? It's been going on for 300 years. All this tragedy and destruction. When you consider the Helganquil's part in all this, it's been even longer than that. It was Naori's hope that somehow, someone in the future would be able to stop it, before it was too late. How it fell on us, of all people, to heed that call, is a mystery.
I don't think Naori was hoping that we would just stop the world from getting destroyed. She considered me, a Danan, as a real person. And she very much cherished her own people, too. I don't think she wanted the world to be saved, just so they could go back to hurting each other. Oh, Maybe this is what she meant.
Huh?
When we were talking to Kisara earlier, about all that stuff like everyone's needing to meet halfway and embrace each other's pain and suffering. She said that the first step down that path was for each of us to put aside our own hatred. That means forgiving other people, even and especially before they forgive you.
Forgiving. So it goes both ways, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I don't just mean forgiving things that happened in the past either. Conflicts will keep happening. If we have any hope of moving on and building a better future, we have to all learn to forgive each other.
You know, you're right. People can hurt one another without even meaning to. I know that better than most, thanks to these thorns.
It's not going to be easy getting past this pain. But if we can do it, I'm sure there'll come a time when we can all truly understand each other. I'm there with you, Xion. I too want to protect the world we live in, and all the people we care about. I think that's the very least I can do to repay Naori for everything that she did.
Yeah. I want a future that she would feel proud to live in, and I'm going to fight for it.
Whoa there, Savior Girl. We're here to save you too, you know.
Yes, I know. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. I want to live, and that's the honest truth.
Well, is everybody ready to do what needs to be done?
I am. There's a lot to think about, but at the end of the day, Dana's still in danger. I don't care who we're up against. We'll kick their ass.
What are your thoughts, Alphen? I want to know what's on your mind, too.
Like Law said, if we have to fight the Great Spirit on Rena, then so be it. It's trying to rob us of our entire world. And it's going to take not just our home, but all of existence along with it. That alone is enough to make it our enemy. But it's not only that. One way or another, I think beating the Great Spirit is going to be tied to us saving Xion.
You're saying there's a chance?
You're referring to the vision of destruction we all saw in Lenegis, I take it?
Yeah. 3 centuries ago, the astral energy that appeared at the spirit channeling ceremony showed Naori that vision. And to hear Xion tell it, it's the same one that she sees from her own thorns as well.
Indeed. Xion's thorns are comprised of dark astral energy, the one type which we know is native only to Rena. And if Rena's great spirit is what's behind Dana's pending destruction, then...
Xion's thorns are the Great Spirit? It's not actually on Rena like we thought?
We don't know anything for certain. At the very least, though, I think it's possible her thorns are a part of the Great Spirit.
While the main body resides in Rena.
Xion.
If these thorns really are a part of Rena's great spirit, I'm going to go over there and give it a piece of my mind and then some.
The question is, how do we confront it? Suffice it to say, that flower growing out of Rena is enormous, large enough to house the will of an entire planet. The Wedge and Lenegis were both hard enough for us to overcome in their own right. This is an altogether greater challenge for merely 6.
And we only know about the Thorns connection thanks to Naori.
Hevric 35 has been observing the Great Astral Spirit this whole time. It wouldn't ask us to fight it unless it has a plan of some sort. Let's go see what that is. Our minds are made up. Let's go give Hevrek 35 our answer.
Do you have your answer for me?
We want to ask something first. You're asking us to fight an entire planet. How exactly do you expect us to do that? You must have something up your sleeve, or else you wouldn't put us up to it.
The great astral spirit is an immense being, but its actual will does not run throughout its entire body. Rather, its will is derived from the core, which supports the rest of the body, and is where its strength is most densely concentrated. Therefore, if you destroy the core, the Great Spirit shall become unable to maintain sentience and return to being ordinary astral energy.
And how are we supposed to destroy that core?
By using the Renus Alma. You will also need the assistance of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. They are our best tools for suppressing and controlling astral energy. Using their powers, the Maiden shall seal the great astral spirit within her body, and the Sovereign shall wield the power of the Renus Alma to destroy it.
Hold on. That sounds a lot like what Shion described before.
Yeah, killing herself to take out the thorns with her.
She was actually right all along.
By my calculations, your powers combined should be sufficient to destroy the great astral spirit and disperse its energy widely enough to make it difficult to reform.
What will happen to the Maiden once we manage to beat the great astral spirit?
Any matter contained within the field of destruction shall be erased.
So it really will kill me.
This method is the most simple one available to destroy the Great Spirit, and is therefore our most reliable option.
What are our other options?
There is little reason to consider alternative courses of action when the most optimal among them is so clear.
You don't get it. I promised Shion that she wouldn't die, that we'd save the world without needing to sacrifice her. We didn't fight this whole time just to give up on her at the very end. If there's any other way to take out the Great Spirit, I want to hear it.
This plan shall lead to the fewest losses in preserving your world. Abandoning it is irrational. It is vital that you proceed with this plan. A part of Rena's great astral spirit already resides within her. 300 years ago, the Great Spirit descended upon Lenegis in an attempt to assume direct control of the spirit channeling ceremony. We have reason to believe the Great Spirit left part of itself behind, and that it now resides in the Maiden.
Which would make Alphen's earlier hypothesis correct.
That part inside the Maiden belongs to the core, and can be used by the great astral spirit to revive itself. So long as it remains, it will be all but impossible to fully eradicate the Great Spirit. That is why it is necessary for it to be vanquished only once it is whole. Without the Maiden's direct control over the Great Spirit, attacking it is futile, and will only serve to strengthen it.
No.
Wait. Naori said that the Renus Alma can suppress the self-realization of astral energy, and that the thorns can be neutralized by placing them in it. If so, can't the same also be done to the Great Spirit, seeing as the thorns are simply part of it?
Well, can it?
It is true that the Renus Alma is capable of what you suggest, and could contain the great astral spirit.
Yes!
However, Doing so requires fine control on the level of the spirit channeling ceremony, considering that the Renis Alma was previously lost when that ceremony failed. I cannot allow it. Its uncertainty is simply too great.
What does that mean for us if you won't allow it?
Your starship will not be restored, and you will all be unable to leave here.
Why you?
Fine then. I'd rather stay here and rot than do it your way.
Alphen?
Whatever we do, if we mess up, Dana's screwed. The Great Spirit will destroy it. If you're fine letting that happen, and we have nothing to gain either way, then I'd rather do nothing. We want to stop Dana from getting destroyed. We want to save it. But not if it means having to sacrifice one of us in the process. If all you're gonna do is sit back and watch us where it's safe, then quit ordering us around and shut up!
Alphen.
What you say is irrational. Be that as it may, I shall accede to your demand.
You'll agree?
I am an observer. The Sovereign, Maiden, and Renis Alma are my species' greatest achievement. I wish to see how well they work against the Great Spirit in light of our demise by its hands.
But what are we supposed to do about the Renis Alma? One of your buddies ran off with it back on Lenegis.
It is likely that the Renis Alma is with the Great Spirit, functioning as a catalyst for it to receive Dana's astral energy.
So our only option to retrieve it is to head straight for the Great Spirit and take it back?
According to my observations, the astral energy is most densely concentrated in the center of Rena, where the Great Spirit's core is located.
So right in the middle of that giant flower, then.
I have one more question. You've said that Rena's great astral spirit is already integrated with the planet. What will happen to Rena once it vanishes?
Without the will of the Great Spirit, Rena is predicted to collapse. Even in such a scenario, the energy will disperse, and the Great Spirit will likely not reform.
So you're saying that even if we manage to beat the Great Spirit without destroying it, we'll still be in danger?
Likely, the collapse will occur in stages. It is recommended that you all escape before the final stage.
Man, I wish that thing would tell it to us straight for once.
Hevrek 35 and the others have gotten used to hypothesizing from afar is all. Fix our starship. We're going to Rena.
Excellent.
But I want to make one thing clear. We're doing this for ourselves, to protect what matters to us. We're not doing it for your sake, or because you told us to. Remember that.
It matters little to me. The end result shall be the same. Repair work on your starship has commenced. You'll have to wait until it's finished.
Man, is it too much to ask for Hevrek 35 to talk like a normal person? I swear I can feel my brain starting to fry after listening to all that complicated stuff.
Don't worry.
You still thinking about what the scientists told us? About where Renans really come from?
I am, but not for myself.
You're worried about the future of the Renan people.
The fact that our people have been the same this whole time will only give the Danans further reason to resent us.
But you still intend to confront this truth head-on, don't you?
Well, I did declare that I would live my life for the living, and not the dead. Even as I dream of retirement, I shall remain dedicated to the cause,
I'm sure you'll do great.
Now that I think about it, I don't believe I've ever heard you criticize or reproach us Renans even once.
I'm no saint. I have skeletons in my closet too. There was definitely a time when I hated Renans for who they were. I hated them just for being Renan. But you changed that, Dohalim. You gave me an opportunity to see them in a different light. Thanks to your reforms, we were able to stand next to Renans not as slaves, but as equals for the first time in our lives. Of course, I'm sure there were some Renans who still hated us on the inside. But we knew that not all of you were like that. There were those of you who were good, and that was a start. When it comes down to it, Renans are just people. They can be good or bad, just like Danans.
That is, in essence, the heart of your approach, isn't it? That we're all people.
Yeah, it is. When you can pull someone aside and talk to them one-on-one, then you have the chance to come to an understanding. But as soon as you stereotype, that chance goes away, and you stop thinking of them as people that you can relate to.
I understand what you're saying, but we're talking about massive numbers of Renans and Danans alike. Realistically speaking, surely they won't all be able to get along.
Even if we end up butting heads with one person, maybe we'll find better luck among their friends. If we can build a society that works like that, that'll be something worth nurturing and protecting.
So you wish for people to form real bonds and do away with the hierarchy outright? To deal with one another as humans, and nothing more? That's the ideal future you hope to see when this is all over?
Yes, I do. I think it would make for a fine tribute to my brother's legacy. Though, that said, I would be doing it for the people of the future first and foremost. Do you still plan to return to Lenegis when this is over?
Indeed I do. I don't know whether I'll be able to reside in Lenegis proper, however. My first order of business may be to find somewhere to live.
You'll always have a home in Menancia, you know.
As I shall ever keep in mind.
Well, if you ever need a helping hand, don't hesitate to come get me. I'll always be there for you, Doe.
Did you just... Never mind. Thank you, Kisara. I appreciate your patience as I work all this out.
Don't even mention it. And really, when you think about it, now that we know the two of us aren't so different after all, don't you think that brings down a barrier that used to be between us?
You know, I hadn't actually thought of it that way before. But I do like the sound of it.
Yeah, I think I do too.
Hey, why'd you call me here? Was there something you wanted to talk about?
Well, if everything we've heard about the Great Spirit is true, then we're getting close to our final battle. So I wanted to apologize while I can.
Apologize? For what?
I was being real stupid before, about whether Dana's will had been controlling us and all that. I get why you're angry now. Anybody would be if something they trusted was being questioned. So, I'm sorry, Rinwell. Really. I should have kept my mouth shut.
No, Law. Honestly, I think you might have been onto something. Of course you were worried. Who wouldn't be if they found out there might be some invisible force pulling our strings this whole time?
But you really trust Dana's will, don't you? Is it because you can sense it a lot more than the rest of us? Because you can understand it?
Yeah, I think that might be part of it. But I also want to believe it's good.
Believe?
Remember how I used to really resent coming from a family of mages?
Yeah, of course. Because you were always on the run and had to live in hiding.
When we rescued Zephyr and I finally decided to come along with you all, something changed inside me. It was the first time I felt like my powers had any meaning, even if that meaning was only helping you guys fight. Then, when I felt Dana's will, I was overwhelmed by how vast and warm it was. It made me want to believe my powers were made to connect with it. It made me believe I had a bigger purpose.
So that's why you hope it doesn't turn out to be bad. You almost need it to be kind.
Yeah.
Well, all right. Then I promise I'll lay off bad-mouthing it.
You will?
There's no way for me to know for sure one way or the other, right? But you trust it, Rinwell, and that's enough for me. So I'll trust it because you do.
Remember what I said about neither planet's great spirit reaching us here?
Yeah?
That's not quite true. I can feel just a little bit of Rena's inside you and everyone else.
You... what?
I sensed it when we first got here. It's a really small amount, so it doesn't feel like it has a will of its own. But I think that's how Dana's energy probably is too.
So you're saying there's a little bit of Dana's will inside each of us? In a way, doesn't that mean we're all Dana's will?
What?
Well, like you said, unless Dana's energy comes together, it has no will. So if we all have a little bit of Dana's astral energy inside us...
Yeah, maybe...
Heverick 35 might know the answer. But, you know what? I don't need to ask it. My will is my own. I fight for who I want to fight for. That's who I am now. Who I've become. So thanks, Rinwell, for sharing that with me.
Ah.
To be honest, the only reason I was suspicious of Dana's will, well, I mean, it mostly was... I feel like you and I had grown apart lately, and I was worried it was because...
Huh?
Never mind. Nothing. Just forget about it.
Huh? No, what were you saying?
Saying? I don't remember
Come
saying
on.
anything.
Now you won't tell me what you were
No,
thinking?
that's not what I'm saying.
Then spit it out already.
You sure you don't want to get some rest?
I can't. I've got too much on my mind. Especially knowing how close our last battle is. How are you doing, Xion?
Same as you, still trying to absorb everything.
Remember when it was so simple? We were only fighting all the lords on Dana? All of that feels like a lifetime ago, doesn't it?
Ages and ages ago. Everything that's happened since we first met. So many fights, so much chaos, so many wonderful people.
If I hadn't run into you that day, well, I wouldn't have met all of you. I never would have held the Blazing Sword or looked for something more. I wouldn't have my memories back. I'd still be a faceless slave, like as not long dead.
Hey, Alphen. I want you to promise me something.
Yeah?
If we can't find the Renis Alma, there's something I want you to do. Like Heverick 35 said, the only way we can end the Great Spirit for good is to go after both the main body in Rena and the thorns in me. I need you to promise me, Alphen, that if for some reason we can't get the Renis Alma back, you'll use the Blazing Sword to destroy the Great Spirit, and me along with it.
Huh?
It's true the Blazing Sword may not have the strength of the Renis Alma. But it's taken us this far. It's slain lords and beasts. At the very least, it has to be worth a try.
You can't be serious. Have you forgotten everything
Listen,
that we've...
the Great Spirit isn't just our problem. It's a threat to our entire world. Renans and Danans alike. We don't know what's going to happen when we face it, but we need to be prepared for anything. We can't second-guess ourselves when the time comes. I promise you, I'm not planning on going anywhere. I'm prepared to fight with absolutely everything I've got. But if it comes down to it, I need you to be prepared too.
Okay. But you should know that I'm not going to give up on you, Shion. I'm going to fight this until the very end. I hope you can forgive me for that.
Alphen. Okay, I understand. And I'll forgive you.
Thank you, Shion.
So it's a promise then?
Yeah, it's a promise.
I remember how I felt the first time you touched me. My thorns made any contact a mistake no one would ever make twice. After they'd seen what could happen, fear would always linger behind their eyes. In my entire life, I never had someone willingly reach out to me. But when you reached out to me and gently took my hand, you didn't react at all. It was so easy for you. I don't have words for the shock I felt in that moment.
That's because I couldn't feel pain back then.
Even once you could, though, you still chose to keep reaching out to me. And when you did, I felt this warmth that I had never known before. But still, I hate having to see you suffer through it every time you do.
You won't have to worry about that for much longer.
You think so?
I do, because Shion,
No. You can tell me once my thorns are gone. Okay?
Yeah. Okay. Everybody get enough rest? We ready for this?
Yeah, we should probably get moving.
Agreed. Can't stand around waiting all day.
Our task is relatively straightforward. We need only descend down to Rena, defeat the Great Spirit, and restore stability to both worlds.
We're fighting for a new future for both Dana and Rena.
Right. We've come this far. We will save our worlds. That's a promise.
Then let's go, everybody. We've got one last wall to tear down.
Repairs on your starship are complete. Everything is in working order.
Is that you, Hevrek 35? You can see us from where you are?
I can. I can see anywhere within the bounds of Dake Faisal.
Sounds like someone's a peeping Tom.
Maybe we should give Hevrect 35 a break. It has been stuck in this tiny facility for a very, very long time.
I have unlocked all functions on your starship. You can now make use of its warp drive.
Warp drive? Wait, you mean like what the Red Women used on us? What brought us here?
It's possible that the Red Women may have found a way to activate it on the starship. They are Helganquil, after all.
Using the warp drive, you should be able to breach Rena's atmosphere without being detected.
Wait, should?
You'll need to be careful. Due to the force field surrounding Rena, the ship will be unable to go any further than the surface of the planet.
So, once we reach the shell, it appears we'll have to infiltrate the core by foot. Understood.
We gotta go all the way down just walking?
Will all the Helganquil go back to normal once we defeat the Great Spirit? I have a strange feeling we're going to have to fight them before this is all over.
The extinction of my people is inevitable at this stage. As such, it would be illogical to risk the success of the mission in a vain attempt to save my kind.
We understand.
Can't that thing lighten up a bit? Everything it says seems to be about what's illogical.
Well, come on, Doe.
Hold up, did you just...
You heard the lady. Get going.
I have one last question.
What?
As Sovereign, your identification number indicates that you are well past your predicted life expectancy. Similarly, the Maiden lacks any identification number, as her function should have been rendered unnecessary. Despite this, the two of you continue to exist. Why?
We exist because others have entrusted this to us. Over the years, many people have come together and sworn to see this through to the end.
You mean it is because of multiple chance interactions? The likelihood of such events is statistically improbable. Why have you two continued to persist under these conditions?
It's hard to explain. To be honest, I don't think it's something an observer could understand. All right, time to get back on the Fall Knights.
It would appear that our Helganquil host really has fulfilled its end of the bargain.
You know what that means. Time to go to Rena.
I guess this means we should give that warp drive a spin.
There's nothing here. This weird ocean we're surrounded by just stretches out everywhere. Is this really where the Helganquil come from?
I don't sense even a trace of astral energy. This world is dead.
Then this must be the Hollowing.
You mean to tell me this whole world, the entire ocean is that stuff?
And it's covering everything. The entire planet.
This is what the Great Spirit does. After it depleted this planet of every last speck of astral energy, it went after Dana.
So arresting. This world of doom.
Back in its day, Rena was probably just as vibrant as Dana is. But after being robbed of its astral energy for so long, those days are gone and past. This is all that will remain.
So the Great Spirit took everything. It stole energy not just from living beings, but the land, the sea, everything.
And it bound the Helganquil in servitude until their whole world was nothing but this. And by the looks of it, that's how it remains to this day. A world of death and emptiness.
With nothing left here to consume, the Great Spirit turned its sights on Dana, looking for another host.
You're saying if we don't stop it, this is what Dana's going to look like?
We can be sure that even these few remaining remnants of Renan life will not be spared in the end.
If the oblivion and darkness both Shion and Naori saw comes to pass, nothing will survive. It looks like we can climb down from there. Let's take a look.
So this is Rena. This is where everything began. Yet it's a dead world?
I won't let Dana suffer the same fate, ever. Looks like we've warped into that pit of astral energy.
Helganquil!
Guess they don't need their Red Woman disguises anymore.
Wait, can you understand us?
It's no use. We're not going to get through to them.
So they really are being controlled. In that case, we've got no choice.
I knew there was something off here!
They're not pulling punches. We have no choice but to beat them at their own game.
No escape!
Here's a hammer!
Swallow blade! Try this!
Lightning!
The enemy wields our
You'll soon see about that!
Dragon form!
Blazer spear! Piercing!
This is looking good. Here I come!
Freeze blazer!
Now I can let loose.
Steel force!
Destruction! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Will this help?
Stop! Burn in hell!
suffer in silence.
Swallow blade! Lightning thrust! Soaring light spear!
Where are you going?
No! Can't end... Here!
Don't freeze me!
I'm not done! Be still! Soaring light spear! Swallow blade!
Healing authority!
Diversity is said to be the best motivation.
You try harder! Now! Here I am! Exploding?
Don't get caught in the blast!
Here I come! Swallow blade! Slack! Here I come! Crush! It's over! Crush! Hang on!
Smash you!
You're finished!
Your art.
Tackle!
Here I come.
Soaring light
Thank you for the
spear!
healing, Dohalim.
Our comrades need our abilities to survive.
Take this!
Right. No one has
Not
died
today.
on our watch.
Swallow blade! Take this!
I'll heal you all. Radiant star.
Swallow blade! You're mine! Strike!
No more playing.
Stay away from my friends! You're on! You're finished!
I'll heal you all.
You, this vanquished soul! You're mine! Slash! From beyond! Crush! You, this vanquished soul! No escape! Swallow blade!
I never miss.
Okay, here I go!
Mega ray.
You're on! Totally! In an instant! Impact block! We work well together.
Like a finely timed walk.
I'm ready! Totally! In an instant! Impact block! Now! Here I come! Soaring blast! It's on!
Let's get you out.
Destruction!
Gravitas field.
Alphen,
I can't forgive them for what they've done, but I hate killing them. They don't even know why they're fighting. How does that even make them any different from the Danon slaves?
Perhaps. However, if we don't make a choice, the guilt of not doing anything will be that much worse.
Yeah, I know. I hate for it to be like this. But if it happens again, you won't find me hesitating to act.
I wonder if we're going to get attacked again.
If we lose heart now, this whole mission is over. We have to stay the course. That's no ordinary enemy I see over there.
I've got a really bad feeling about this.
You picked the wrong fight!
Radiant
Here
shield.
I come! You're on! Come one, come all!
Your reflexes will not serve you well.
Lightning orb.
Explosive range! Here I come!
Water, hear my call! Concentration!
Leave the smelling to me.
Yeah, and pummeling to me.
Flame Lancer!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Photon dance in the wind! Air thrust!
Carve through
Take
armor!
some! I can't hold on much longer! Hear me!
You're mine! Swallow blade! Be still!
Being interrupted.
Now!
You're on! My turn!
That'll bring you down!
I'm not done! Slap! Be still!
Is that a healing art? It is. Can't ignore your pain.
I'll try to be more careful.
Out of air!
Burn it! Here I come! Swallow blade!
Do it!
Still!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Alvin!
It's time to end this battle!
I'm right beside you! Now!
Swing left! Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis!
So I still had room to grow.
Is this a dead end?
It appears this whole room functions as an elevator. That apparatus there is likely what's used to control it.
What the? Where did they come from?
Less worry, more action. Concentrate.
Soaring light spear!
Anything in armor is all
That person is driving me mad!
Armor won't save you.
Can't be strong.
You got fire!
I've got this. Let a marksman handle it.
I'm not done! All yours! Start up!
Air thrust there.
Here I come! It's time! Strike! Ignite! Execution! Swallow blade!
One more.
Destruction! Here I come!
Negative dance in the wind. Air thrust. Eat
Tap! Start up!
Do it.
Soaring light spear!
All yours, Kisara!
More Zuko?
Keep calm and take them down. Kisara, frozen.
Hammer!
Right in the wind. One more.
Start up!
Air thrust.
Soaring light spear!
Where are you going?
Take this! Swallow blade!
Do it. In here. Dohalim.
Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis. You don't mess around.
No escape!
Certainly
not.
If it's in the sky, it's mine! Photon blast!
Ignite! Here I come!
In here! Glacial speed! Where are you going?
Here I come! Can you take it? Flaming thrust! Elusive deity! Soaring light spear!
Air thrust! One more time!
Here I come! Swallow blade! Destruction! Ha! It's over! I'm ready!
Double beam!
Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis! Reinforcements? Oh, violent!
Try hard not to
Carve
get
down through all!
Thrust! Elusive
We did it!
deity!
Get on in there with the others!
No escape! Fly!
I'm ready! Neon! Astral energy! Full throttle! A flawless victory!
You're mine!
Naturally!
Soaring light spear!
I'm nearly done for.
You're mine!
I'll face you. Elusive deity.
Hitting pile destruction!
You're soaring blast.
It's over! Beat it, Tom! You're on!
Elusive deity.
Burn!
Radiant
No escape! Swallow blade! Destruction! I'm not done!
Air thrust!
Elusive deity.
That'll bring you down!
Begin. Victory is within reach.
Dig deep, and we can do this!
Spear!
Precious fervor, little one.
Here's your healing art!
Take this.
I don't know what I'd do without you.
Perhaps now isn't the time?
I really don't.
Do it! Neon! Astral energy! Full throttle!
More? Here I come! I'm not done! Soaring light spear! You're on! Eat this!
Resonate with the earth.
You're mine! Swallow blade!
Your astral art is truly incredible. Every little bit helps, right? Indeed it does.
I'm ready. Better as well. Light burst forth.
Radiant Genesis!
Light more?
Marksman!
I'm not done! Soda!
Here I go! This one's mine!
Here I come!
Waterfall! Plasma field!
Elusive deity!
Air thrust array!
I'm not done! Swallow blade!
Burning
You're finished! Be still! Strike!
water! Hear my call! Glacial field! Piercing
Strike! Swallow blade!
My reach is even more respect, right?
Yes, Alvin! Very fast!
I'm ready. Shield.
This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes.
No escape!
Steering flare!
Resonate with the earth.
No escape! Burn! Swallow blade!
Mega ray!
I'm ready.
Neon! Astral energy! Full throttle!
More? They smite the blackened blade.
Soaring light spear!
Mega ray!
You're mine! Swallow blade!
This'll come in handy.
Be still! I'm not done!
I never miss!
It's over! No escape!
Being interrupted.
It's too much!
I'm ready. All yours, Kisara.
You're mine!
In here! I can't hold on much longer!
I'm not done!
Rock blade!
Eat this! Take this!
Here I go! Got you!
Crush!
Get the win! Now! Blah, blah, blah!
Swallow blade! Dazzle!
Freeze blade!
Soaring light
Too much to
spear!
handle? Sweet
You're
dreams!
mine! More?
Gemini
Destruction!
Into the shadows!
Take this!
Nail!
No escape! It's over!
Let them mark! Now!
Soaring light spear! In an instant! Impact block! We were more? Here I come!
Hitting pile!
Tornado drive.
Do it! This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes. Beckoned into everlasting
I'm not done!
negative gate.
You're mine!
They have blood.
Dazzle! Soaring light spear! The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Swallow blade!
Negative gate.
Eat this!
Now!
Swallow
Doubling!
blade!
This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes.
Now!
Resonate with the
You're on!
earth.
Lightning orb!
Destruction!
Alright!
No escape! Dazzle!
You apart.
Soaring
With this, I can become even stronger.
Even in such a harsh environment as this, there are still creatures here?
You think they're native to Rena? Or could they be Zoogle somehow?
Whatever they are.
They're dangerous. Watch yourselves around them. You think that pit stretches all the way to Rena's core?
If that's true,
This one will be difficult to predict. Never have I been so popular.
I can't hold on much longer!
Armor won't save you!
Annihilate! These things really get on my nerves. This one's mine! Sounds like a job for yours truly!
Resonate with the earth!
Water! Hear my call!
Not today!
Do it!
Too fast!
Go for it!
Prepare to crumble! My turn!
Everlasting! Here's the evil!
Ignite! Negative
Lightning
Coil
orb!
blade!
Freeze laser! Bananas, let's go! Dancing
Here
away!
I come! Nutty!
Air blast!
Soaring light spear!
Dance in the wind!
Try harder! Now!
Feel here!
I'm knocked up!
Let's get you off that train! One more!
Slash!
No!
And here! Can't get out of this! Swallow blade! Dazzle! Soaring light spear! Crush!
Do it!
Chill!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Atlas!
It's time to end this battle!
I'm right beside you! Do it! Astral energy!
Say no more! Not a
Spear!
chance!
Here's the evil!
I'm not done!
Light astral energy! To the
Be
wind!
still!
Freeze laser!
Soaring light
Feel
spear!
like the marksman!
Negative it's over!
That'll bring you down!
Resonate with the earth!
Raise
Move
your
escape! Swallow blade!
Sleep now! Now!
Destruction!
Here! Astral energy! Full throttle! Go!
Not a chance!
Glacial
No
spear!
escape!
Here's the evil!
Slash!
Chinese supernova!
Burn!
Bananas, let's go!
You're mine! Dance on the wind! Swallow blade!
Hands to the wind!
Spit!
Now! Astral energy!
Say no more! Got it!
Well done!
I can feel my precision improving.
This one's tough! Use too much.
So weak.
Quit pushing yourself and get behind us! Come
I'll
on,
be right
come
as
on!
rain in no time.
Armor won't save you! Here I come! Dazzle! Soaring light!
Here's the evil! Freeze laser!
Look sharp!
Here, let me help. First aid! Going in. Radiant! Here's a healing art!
Try harder! My turn! untouchable! My turn!
Down!
Be still! It's on! Start up! Soaring light spear! Not today! There you go! You like me again?
I don't know what I'd do without you.
Perhaps now
Stay away from my friend!
I really don't.
Amazing.
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Shion! Go for it! Prepare to crumble! Think we overdid it?
Take this!
Not by a long shot. About to dig! Hurricane strike!
Be still!
Here's
Soaring
a healing
light
arc!
spear!
Denied! I owe you
This
one
one's
back.
all mine! Burn!
Laser spear! Pierce evil!
Here I come! Swallow blade!
I'll heal you all!
Crush!
Hurricane strike!
I'm not
Make
done!
it ready!
Chill!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Here, let me
Now!
help!
You're my...
Thanks, Shion.
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry.
That frickin' does it!
Soaring light spear!
I can carve through armor!
You're finished!
Hurricane
Eat this!
I'm done!
I'm almost
Big one!
Radiant look!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Mega ray!
Hurricane!
Gemini Aqua!
Explosive ring!
Radiant pierce! Hurricane
Try
strike!
harder! Take this!
Swallow
Here
down!
it comes!
Hear my call! On guard!
Dragon Swarm!
By the hurricane! Can't be happening!
You'll pay for that!
Hurricane strike! On guard!
Now you're
Take this!
What was I thinking?
Crescent move! Swallow dance!
Freeze lantern! Hurricane strike! Leave the fire! I'm hurt bad.
You picked the wrong fight!
Each turn! Piercing again! Where are you going?
Dragon Swarm! Try this!
I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare Demolisher!
Here I come! Dragon
Swarm!
Swarm! Dragon Swarm! Take this!
Away!
Dragon Swarm!
Mega Ray!
No, I won't give in!
Explosive ring!
I let my guard down. Mega Ray!
There!
My Aqua!
Take this!
By the
Move!
water! All heal! I'll
Here I come!
I can carve through armor!
Strike!
Healing circle!
What a relief!
Explosive ring!
I'm sorry to be a bother.
We've all got enough on our plate.
You're mine!
Yes, ma'am!
Glacial spear! Pierce evil!
I've let you all down.
Burn in hell!
I'll bring you back from death to death!
Dragon Swarm!
Let me at it! Reciprocate! If it's in the sky, it's mine!
Explosive ring!
Deathfall! This one's mine! Glacial far enough!
Can't end here!
How about this? Piercing roar!
Dragon Swarm!
Swallow dance! So much for sitting this fight out.
Wouldn't be a complaint.
Nope, that'd be silly.
Dragon Swarm! Dragon Swarm!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Dragon
Outstanding form! I'm ready to go! Healing circle! I'll fix you up! Now where would it?
Dragon Swarm!
Glacial spear! Pierce evil! This one's mine!
Dragon Swarm! Can't end here!
Don't give up! I'll bring you back to the sky! Resuscitation! Here, let me help! Light up the dark!
Not done yet!
I won't give up!
Now I'm real mad!
Go away! No escape! Lightning thrust! Dust the dust! You're finished!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! Dragon shout! Thankful arrow! Do it!
Look sharp! Lightning tiger blade!
So the idea is to seal the Great Spirit inside the Renis Alma using the Sovereign and Maiden's power. But just how do we do that exactly?
I'm guessing it won't be as easy as holding a spirit channeling ceremony at our leisure.
I already had wielded astral energy once 3 centuries ago. As for suppressing her thorns, Shion's had a lifetime's experience. The problem isn't just our enemy's strength, it's that it's sentient too. And you can bet anything you like it's not going to just sit back and let us destroy it.
In other words, we need to find some way to weaken it in advance. The Great Spirit, that is.
Back when Shion's thorns flew out of control, we were able to deal with them directly. If this is their host, they should be even more corporeal here.
If that's the case, it should make them easier to attack at least. And if we can manage to divert enough energy away from the spirit's core, even temporarily,
We might just be able to weaken it enough to steal the Renis Alma, which we can then use to seal it away forever. It won't be easy, but it's our only shot. Time to buckle up.
Does anyone else think this may be just a bit too tough for us?
The design of this equipment is real. Really interesting.
you must really like it, Alphen.
These structures don't look like anything built by the Renans, or even what we saw in the Forbidden Zone.
Perhaps this is the true architectural style of the Helganquil. Or perhaps the opposite, given their situation.
You mean like how some places favor building stuff with stone, while others rely on wood?
That's an interesting way of looking at it. I'll have to inquire with Hevrect 35 about it sometime.
This one's tough!
I can't hold on much longer! I owe you, Xion.
Healing is what my art do best.
All mine can do is cause havoc and stay on the ground.
Be still!
Nothing gets by its
Flying free! Why can't they just sit still?
Can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done!
Yeah! Follow to me!
Let's go! Freeze!
Not today! You're mine! Soaring right spear! Mirage!
This one's mine!
You're finished! Lightning thrust!
Lightning! Thunder!
Mirage!
Now!
Still!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Alphen!
It's time to end this battle!
I'm right beside you!
Mirage!
Oh, magic is in!
Here I come! No escape! Be still! Soaring right spear!
Dance in the wind!
You're mine!
Feel! That'll bring you down!
No escape! Swallow blade!
I'll smash you!
It's over! Be still! Soaring right spear!
Fred! Here!
Mirage!
Take this!
Burning
You're
red!
mine!
Water!
I'm
Hear
not
my
done!
call!
Flash!
Fred!
I'm ready!
Lock! Get toasty!
Bird strike!
Now! Here I come!
Begin!
Swallow blade! Ignite!
In here!
Here I come! Swallow blade!
Water!
Destruction! Take it!
Now!
Still!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! Now!
Come forth, the helix of purity!
though I still had room to grow.
Those thorns.
I'm not letting them get in our way!
I have a bad feeling about this.
No loss of being interrupted. A wall can shield from collision.
It can hide its own area! Amazing!
Another incantation ruined.
Explosive ring!
This one's mine! Here! Get on in there with the others!
Dragon Sword!
Here!
I'll smash you! Try this!
Freeze Lancer! I will do it all!
Green baby.
Warning!
Dragon Sword! Try this! Explosive ring!
I'll be saving this!
In a bind.
Mega Ray!
Ignite!
Crazy Storm!
Dragon Sword!
Let's go!
Try this!
There you go! Don't let up!
Will this help?
Dragon
Resonate
Sword!
with the earth.
Healing Circle!
Explosive ring!
Raging Storm!
Reflect.
Here comes!
Swallow blade!
Burning Flame of Fury! Water! Hear my call!
Dragon Sword! Mega Sonic
Get
Block!
in there with the others!
Glacial Spear.
Dragon Sword! Try this! Explosive ring!
Where are you going?
I'll smash you!
Thanks so much!
You're not!
It looks like you got this one covered!
Dragon Sword!
Radiant
Explosive ring!
I'll heal you all!
Take this. I've used too much.
I don't know what I'd do without you.
Perhaps now isn't the time?
I really think.
This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Got it! I'll leave it to you! I'm not done!
Pierce the evil in there with the others!
Try this!
Freeze Lancer!
Explosive ring!
Here's the heal! Don't place me! Razor Cyclone! Celestial Hammer!
Dragon Sword!
Prison!
I can carve through
Razor
all. Try this!
Cyclone! Reload!
Explosive!
No more this nice girl! Light Axe!
An astral art?
That's my heal!
Shut him down!
Here, let me help!
Take it!
Hear my call!
Explosive ring!
Glacial Spear! Here! Shiny Supernova! Here's where you going! Sleep now! This'll come Radiant Eagle! Here!
Tectonic punch! Ignite!
Radiant Spear!
Dragon Sword!
Out of one! Razor Shield!
Watch for this! Explosive ring!
Let's
tear 'em up! Here it comes! Ready and raring! Now you see what I can do!
Don't mind if I do!
I'm on it! I'll run Raging storm! Whoa! Wait! One at a time! Dust to dust! Raging hurricane! Annihilate red! Falling! Gemini Aqua!
Make it right! Kisara! I'll stop your movement!
And I'll stop your life!
Does anyone else think this may be just a bit too tough for us?
This one will be difficult to predict.
I'll take you all on! Take this! Dragon Form! Dragon Form! Okay, here I go. Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Okay. Dragon Form! Explosive ring! Take it! I'll bash you! I'm not done! I'm ready!
This one's got your name on it!
Action to action! A million distractions! Here I
There's
come!
still more to go!
Can't get out of this! I'm ready! Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis! Back into
My
the
turn!
fray!
No escape!
Annihilation!
Now! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Glacial Spear!
Now!
Here's the
Here
evil!
I come! Slash!
Raging Sword!
I'm ready! Totally! In an instant! Impact Block!
The heavens must be smiling.
I found some equipment.
Let me take a look at it.
This one will be difficult to predict.
Ignite! Barrier! Dragon Swarm!
As if the normal creepy crawlies aren't disgusting enough. That'll bring you down.
Seismic Rupture! Swarm! Ready and ready! I can carve through armor!
Having your day, Dogley. Then tonight's meal is on you. Good go.
Hitting pile driver! Dragon Swarm! Try this! Thy sins! My destruction blade! Destruction! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Benediction light.
Take it! No further! Dazzle! The flame inside has yearned to be let free! Rising Falcon! Try this! Infernal Torrent! Explosive Ring! Carve through armor! Move it! Here I come! Okay, here I go!
Bring you down.
Dragon Swarm! Try this! Bring more of this and I'll burn out! Try harder! My turn! This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Got it! I'll leave it to you! Try this! Explosive Ring!
Watch yourself.
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! You're my... Take this! No escape! Take this!
Outstanding form.
Dragon Swarm! Try this! Explosive!
Now here's the
What I can do!
Raging
You're
storm!
mine!
Great laser!
Try harder! Dragon Swarm! Try this! Now! Here I come! Dragon Swarm! Catapult!
Water! Here, let them mark! Celestial banner!
Dragon Swarm!
Here's evil!
Try this!
Leave the charges to me.
No! Can't end here!
Forgive me.
Far
This
enough.
is my fault.
In the wind! Seal!
You're wide open!
Kisara! All yours, Kisara!
If you want me to keep healing you, I'm gonna need to rest up.
Sounds prudent.
Hey, what do you say we fight that shining enemy?
That's no ordinary enemy I see over there.
Hey, new... Equipment!
have a bad feeling about this.
Shield from calamity. You're finished. Take this. I spot a beast hunting, anyone?
Leave the charges to me!
Explosive ring. I can carve through armor. Thank you. The tempest engulfs you. They might with lightning blade. Execution. You're mine.
By the power of water! Back into the fresh! Eat dirt!
Burn in hell.
That'll bring you down!
Explosive ring.
This'll come in handy.
Radiant,
Here I come. No escape.
Water Shazam! Require complete focus.
Armor won't save you. Heal. Take this.
I'll take it from here. Let's see how you handle this. Deus Roar! Light Astral Water Malevolence!
Dragon Swarm.
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry. I'll do better.
Soaring light spear.
Water, hear my call!
Eat dirt.
Raging Storm!
Dragon Swarm. Explosive ring.
Take this!
Here I come. You're finished. Take this.
In the sky is
Dragon
mine!
Swarm.
First
Now you
aid!
see what I can do. Dragon Swarm. Explosive ring.
Far enough! This one's mine!
No escape. Be still. Soaring light spear. Dragon Swarm. They smite with the you'll pay for that.
I'll bring you back
In a
to
vine,
this.
it's yours to be let free.
I can't heal you forever!
Eat dirt. Negative gate.
That's gonna smart.
Try this. Stalagmite. Explosive ring. Bloody hell. Now you see what I can do.
Annihilation!
You're up. It's over.
Hard expert coming through!
My natural defenses are fading. I'm a sitting duck!
Retreat from the battle.
I would never!
Here I come.
Water!
Reflect on that thing. They
Ready,
smite with
ready,
black and
storm!
blade.
Pile of fury! Glacial spear!
Explosive ring.
Dragon Swarm! This one's mine! Field!
The blade inside me, yours to be let free.
Field!
Dragon Swarm.
Take this!
Armor won't save you.
Water! Hear my call!
Dragon Swarm. Explosive ring. In a bind.
Oh,
Dragon
violent
Swarm.
burning wind! Car
Take it. Explosive ring. Elusive deity. Forgive me. Stay away from my friends. You're mine. Here I come. Try harder. Now. Dragon Swarm.
Radiant!
Take this.
Here I go!
Armor won't save you.
I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare Demolisher!
Here I come.
Glacial, I'm ready!
Burn in hell.
I've taken too many hits!
Annihilation!
Be still. Soaring light spear. Come on. I'm not. done!
You have to hold on!
Where are you going?
Dragon down!
I let my guard down!
I'm not done! Do it! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
I'm even stronger than before.
Hey, look at that enemy. It's shining.
Don't get like
Don't tell me! Armor won't save you!
This burning! Try harder!
It has some kind of catalog.
Dragon Swarm!
here's a healing arc!
You're mine! I've been hit with something!
Do even imagine?
It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire!
Here I come!
No incantation.
Can't end here!
Don't give up!
You're mine! Try harder! My turn! I'm not done! Lightning thrust!
Benediction light.
Here I come! Be still!
Taking too much damage!
I'm ready! Kisara! All yours, Kisara! Benediction
My turn!
Swallow me!
I never miss!
Slash! It's on!
Now!
Reload! Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis! You don't mess around.
Take this! Certainly not.
Burn it!
Benediction light.
Dragon Swarm!
Raging Cascade!
Explosive ring!
No further!
Hear my call!
No escape! Dragon Swarm!
Armor won't save you!
Damn it!
Sorry, I didn't want to put you out.
Is this the end?
With our teamwork, we shall overcome this.
Then show us how! Do something!
Blood.
I can't hold on much longer!
Not done yet! Here I come!
It's in your hands now.
Stay away from my friend! Explosive ring!
Dance in the wind! Air drop! Steering! You get annihilation! Mega ray! Back into the fray!
now.
Time to let it rip.
I'll stop its charge!
Thanks, Kisara.
Going in!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! That did it.
Turn her back! How do you like being pounded into shape?
Not in your dream.
An astral art?
That's my cue.
Shut him down!
Now you see what I can do!
My ass dance in the wind.
I like my guard down.
You pay for that!
Let's get you off this way.
Explosive!
A whirling struggle. Blah, blah, blah. Magic. Sealed. I'll be saving this one. All right.
Try harder!
Showtime. Dance in the wind.
Try harder! Not a chance! Not today!
Here's another.
Dragon Form!
Malevolent. Blah, blah, blah. Magic.
I'm on Megasonic Thrust!
Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Photon flip.
Dragon Swarm!
Arcane waterfall. Sleep now.
Dragon Swarm!
Shouldn't have messed with me!
Sorry.
Oh, you are gonna pay for that!
This one's mine.
I hope this thing is medically approved! I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
You're mine!
I never miss.
Mirage!
Take that! I can carve through armor!
Radiant light.
I'll do what you can! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Remember to tell me if you need healing.
I expect you'll be in high demand if that's the case.
What do you think this place was for? Ah!
What the hell? Are they asleep?
No. They appear to be well preserved. However, they are all dead.
Dead? So this is a mass grave?
Looks that way. However, none of them appear to be Helganquil.
Bear in mind that Renans were originally Danans, who were remade and sent to live on Lenegis. Knowing that, they would have needed a place to perform the procedures somewhere.
And that place is here, I assume.
So what you're saying is that all of these are Danan, or rather, Renan bodies?
Most likely, yes. It must have been abandoned for one reason or another.
There are so many of them. They were all taken away, but never given the chance to wake.
What is that thing?
Something we have to fight if we want to get across, it seems.
Be careful! It's huge!
What is with all the huge lumbering beasts lately?
It's no ordinary suit. That much is damn sure.
Watch yourself. All bets are off when it comes to this thing. Here I come! It's over! It's on! Let's fear! To everlasting! Not today! Dragon Swarm! Rotating pile driver!
Its head is the weak point. We'll need to bring it down somehow. To hit it.
In that case, let's start with the one in the middle.
Try this!
Made one.
You're mine! Strike!
Never see what I can do!
Where are you going?
Supernova! Dance to the wind! In here! Here, let me help it there with you! First aid! Lightning water! More where that came from! Annihilation! Water! Hear my call!
Begin! The flame inside me! Get it up to be let free! You picked the wrong fight!
There's a healing option fight left in me! First aid!
Showtime!
Dragon Swarm!
I can carve through armor!
Dragon Swarm! Explosive Ring!
Simply incredible.
Dragon Swarm! You're mine!
It's in the sky!
Dragon Swarm!
I never miss!
You're finished!
Dance in the wind! Feel!
Try this!
I'll heal you all!
Explosive Ring!
They smite with blackened
Healing
blade!
Destruction!
Shattering pieces!
Hear my call!
Forgive me.
Eat this!
Now you see what I can do!
Dragon Swarm! Explosive Ring! Dragon Swarm! Explosive Ring! Take it! No escape! Soaring Light Spear!
Arms are being interrupted.
Take this! Dragon Swarm!
Here,
Try this! Explosive Ring!
Where are you going?
You're mine!
I can carve through armor!
This one's all mine! Burn!
This one's mine!
Rending you apart! Sorry.
Soaring Light Spear! Dragon Swarm! Try this!
Let's keep up the pressure!
You're finished!
Negative
Light Spear!
Radiant
in a bind?
I'm out of ammo. Watch and weep. Hurricane strike! Going in. Burning strike! I'll heal you all.
Shattering hurricane! Attack time! Soaring blast! Let's make it rain!
Totally! In an instant! Impact Frost!
Glacial spear!
Hurricane Eagle! No escape!
This one's mine!
Dragon Swarm!
Lancer!
Try this! You picked the wrong fight!
Glacial spear! Here's
It's
evil!
devastation!
Eat dirt!
Crush! Catapult!
Piercing roar! Reload!
Here!
Hear my call!
I'm knocked up!
Burning
Try this!
It looks like we made a where are you
Ring.
going? Tiger blade! Will this
No
help?
escape!
Destruction!
Destruction!
Rending you apart!
Glacial fire!
I'll smash you!
Hurricane
Dragon Swarm!
Look sharp!
Catapult! Dragon Swarm!
Glacial fire!
Explosive Ring!
Going in!
nearly done for. Flame inside me yearns to be let free. Dragon Blow! Rending you apart! I'm gonna need more.
Right, watch
In a
out!
bind.
This one's mine! Shattering to pieces! Out of ammo! On guard! Switch off!
Mega Sonic Blade!
Here's your healing art!
I don't feel so good.
Then it's best to fall back.
Forgive me, darling.
If it's in the sky, it's mine! Mega Ray! I never miss! How about this?
Take this!
Here's the healing art!
No escape!
First aid!
Soaring Light Spear! Start up!
Here!
You'll pay for that!
This one's mine! Let me help! Far enough!
Be still! You picked the wrong
I
fight!
owe you one for that! Lightning!
Take it!
Damn it! Stop!
Your armor won't save you.
Dragon
Now you're talking.
Don't finish you here again!
I'm not done! And more of this won't burn out! It's over! Be still! Soaring Light Spear!
Look shot!
Inferno Punch!
Where's my fire?
No! Here I come! Dragon Swarm!
I'm on it.
Now you're getting serious? Laser spear! Punch left! Freeze laser!
Swallow Blade!
Hurricane strike! Damn it! This one's mine!
Ignite!
This one's mine!
Inferno Punch!
Watch and annihilation!
Stay away from my
Won't
friend!
save you.
Mega ray! Talon hurricane!
Falling behind!
Looks like this one's mine.
Like hell it is! Try this!
Eat this.
Explosive ring!
Glacial spear! Pierce evil!
This
That move!
Here comes a big one!
Inferno punch! I'll bring you back from death's abyss! Resuscitation! Here's a healing art! First aid! Hurricane blast!
Try this!
Here!
Explosive ring!
Ready and
Hurricane strike!
I can carve through armor.
Going in red!
Soaring Light
I
Spear!
never miss!
Watch this.
Thank you for all your help.
Please, don't mention it.
I'm glad to know someone's got my back.
My turn! Here I come!
Leave the
No
charges to
escape!
me!
Mirage!
Hurricane!
It looks like we made a mess.
Flash! Burn in hell!
I don't know what I'd do without you.
Perhaps now isn't. Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry.
Strike!
Eat this.
You're finished! Soaring Light Spear!
Things come to an end.
Crush! Dragon Swarm!
There you go. Swap it. Not my finest.
Dragon Swarm! Explosive ring!
I'll bring you
Take
back
this.
from death's abyss!
Strike! Soaring Light Spear! Stardust!
Damn it.
Where are you going?
Dragon Swarm!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss!
Explosive ring!
Resuscitation! Here's a healing art! First aid!
Take this. Lay you all down.
Reload! I'll bring you back from
Dragon
death's
Swarm!
abyss! Resuscitation!
Swallow Blade!
Not done yet.
Healing circle! I'll bring
I'm
you
sorry
back
to
from
be a
death's
bother.
abyss!
We've all got enough of
Yes, ma'am.
I'll bring you back from death's abyss!
This one's all mine!
Resuscitation!
Here,
Let me help you! First aid!
Roll now. Take this.
Hurricane strike!
Explosive ring!
I'm on it. Now you see what I can do.
Mega ray!
Dragon Swarm!
hell was that thing?
Probably something that was made here and somehow managed to survive, even after all this time. Not that there's any way of knowing now.
What's wrong?
Oh, I just suddenly found myself contemplating what might have happened to the sovereigns that were meant to emerge from the crown contests.
What do you mean?
You see, the winners of the past crown contests were all strong astral arts practitioners. Furthermore, that enemy we just fought appeared to be composed of several human bodies. It was certainly nothing one would find in nature.
You're saying those were the remains of the winners? That they forgot who they once were?
I'm merely saying it's a possibility.
That's absolutely gruesome. How long had the Helganquil been at this?
It was Rena's great spirit that made them do all of this. Anything to get its astral energy.
We're not gonna jump down, right?
I certainly hope not.
After hearing Dohalim's suggestion, I'm honestly not sure what to say.
I assure you all, I was merely stating the possibility.
How's that for a kick? I'm getting better, right?
Quite. I'll be relying on... your fancy footwork.
Does fancy footwork mean running away like a chicken?
No!
We're back in that other room? Did the teleporter fail or something?
Something feels off about it.
Look! Everything's upside down!
The furnishings are at least. No, you're right. The whole room's flipped on its head.
So what was once down is now up, and vice versa. I suppose the teleporter reversed our orientation then. This is a true masterpiece.
I'm impressed how well balanced this thing is.
Finally made it.
I guess this is the flip side of that pathway we were walking on just a little while ago.
This is crazy. Who knew such amazing technology existed?
Everything's topsy-turvy and that's all you can think about?
Bear in mind, the core of Rena now sits above us.
I have a feeling about this.
Hear my call! I never miss!
My turn! I'm not done!
This is gonna need all of us together!
Coyote,
The flying part's
no
their weak
limits.
point!
you're mine!
Mega Ray! Hold on to your heart! Here I come! Fury!
Here I come! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
A strange
Light
state.
Anything normal!
Dragon Force!
Dance in the wind!
Negative
Healing somehow!
Explosive ring!
Get on in there!
Eat this!
Annihilation! I owe you, Theon. Healing is what my art do best. All mine can do is cause havoc and destruction. Dance in the wind! Arts require complete focus!
In a bind?
Dragon Force!
Spread! Raging! It's weakened! I'll heal you all! Sealed!
I don't know what I'd do without it.
Perhaps now isn't the time?
Eat dirt! Dragon Force!
Fluidity of your movement.
Get you!
Get on in there with the others!
Take it! You're finished!
Another incantation ruined.
My turn! I'm not
Resonate with the earth.
Here's a healing art! Lightning Lord!
Dragon Force!
Please now,
Try
water!
this!
Hear not go!
Explosive ring!
Lightning Lord!
You're finished!
Here goes!
I have no limits! Take this! It's time! Starlight Spear!
The waters of magic is in!
I'll take you! Starlight Spear! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Raging Storm! Go!
one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Got it! I'll leave it to you! Eat dirt!
Benediction. You.
Oh, violent darting wind.
I never caught down too long.
Sorry to trouble. Oh, violent darting wind.
Dragon Storm!
Water.
Try this!
Flame of fury. Got it.
Explosive ring!
Now the chance.
Take this! Be still! Soaring light spear!
Make it escape.
No escape!
Now.
Shoot up!
This one's got your name on it.
Action to action!
I think I'm getting stronger.
It's like we made it here in one piece.
Looks like we get to sleep with a roof over our heads.
That was quite the little adventure we went on.
What are those? They look like Shion's thorns, and with flowers too.
Not real ones, though. They're just like that flower growing out of Rena.
We must be getting close to the Great Spirit now.
Hey, Rinwell, what was that thing you said about how a little bit of Dana's Great Spirit is inside all of us?
Right. That's why Dana's Great Spirit is so much more diluted. Weak, even. Whether it was a choice so it didn't overpower others, or just the way it is anyone's guess.
If that's true, then wouldn't it mean Dana's will could never form under natural conditions?
Yeah, sounds like that's probably the case.
So if Dana exists within all of us, then what if something occurred that brought everyone's hearts and minds together as one? That unity could potentially act as Dana's will.
You mean if everybody was, like, thinking the exact same thing at the exact same time? Come on, there's no way we could pull that off.
I know it's a long shot, but it might work.
Let's assume that's even possible for a second. Would it even be enough to fight back against Rena's Great Spirit?
If nothing else, it might be an option if we can't use the Renasalma.
Things are different here than on the surface.
That shows how deeply we've ventured into Rena.
And how close we've come to the real enemy.
Don't mind if I do. Freeze Lancer! Fall into thine own.
Be careful, everyone. This one isn't normal.
Take this, freak! Why can't they just sit still?
Sia, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done. Dance in the wind. Air strike.
I'll smash you!
In here.
I'll thank you!
More blood.
Swallow blade! Soaring light spear!
Here you go.
Swallow blade!
Leave the enemy's arms to me.
You can wait here!
Get on it.
Something.
You need to be healed.
How the mighty have fallen.
Get on it! Here goes!
Scream,
This one's mine!
Rending you apart! Bloody howling!
Glacial Shield! Here's evil! In here!
Negative gate! Rending you apart! No escape! Bloody howling! Flaming thrust! Ready and ready!
Nail and thrust!
Rending you apart! I'm ready!
It's over! Astral energy! Full throttle! A flawless victory! Naturally! Do it! This one's got your name on it!
Action to action! Now! Take this! Mirage! Destruction! Swallow blade! Mirage! I'm not done! It's over! Elusive deity! Strike! Slash! Swallow blade! Destruction!
Now!
Look sharp! Lightning tiger blade! No! Slash!
Air thrust!
Destruction!
Photon blast!
I need to be stronger.
Brace yourself! This one's tough! You picked the wrong fight!
I never miss!
I owe you.
I can handle it!
Shut
Not
up!
in your dreams! It's a duel of the arts! Lightning orb by the power of
Look sharp! Lightning tiger blade! My turn! Shut up!
Do it! Astral energy!
Say no more! Got it!
Well done! The sky is mine!
Negative gate! I'm ready!
Long! Get toasty!
Burn strike!
My exploits are bearing fruit.
This might be some decent equipment.
Anything that makes battles easier is okay by me.
This one's tough!
This one's mine!
Lightning thrust! Burn in hell! Now I can let loose! I'll smash you!
We may look cute and stuff, but they're vicious.
We got flyers!
I've got
I owe you one!
Let a marksman handle it!
Come one! All yours! Hold nothing back! Fist on! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Benediction.
Glacial spear!
Burn!
Dance in the wind!
Dragon Swarm! Destruct it!
Here's a healing art! Air thrust!
Now!
Magic in
They smite with blackened blade!
Radiant pierce! I'm out of ammo! Back into the fray!
Benediction
Coming
light.
through! I'm ready!
Blade! Destruction! Lightning thrust!
Bring you down!
Ready and ready! Swallow blade!
Graphical field!
Destruction! You're mine! I'm not done! I'm ready!
In here!
Light burst forth!
Radiant citizen! You don't mess around!
Eat them!
Certainly not.
Dragon Swarm!
Chinese
Raging you explosive ring!
Bloody field! I'll be saving this
I can carve through armor! Negative gate!
Another incantation ruined.
Dragon Swarm!
More with action!
Take this!
Sleep now!
limits! You're mine! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Ready to go!
The flame inside me! Try harder! Now! Here I come! Dragon Form! Explosive ring! Ignite!
Rotating pile driver!
Dragon Form!
Elusive deity! Rotating pile driver!
To stop you drowning?
This one's mine!
Dragon Form! Dragon Form! Explosive ring!
I can carve through armor!
Take this! Dragon Form!
You require a hand.
Megatonic thrust! Could do without this pain.
You'll find no mercy.
I'll be
Take it! Try harder! My turn! This one's all mine! Dragon Form!
Behold! The Earth pulse! Tectonic fission!
Radiant Pierce!
Elusive deity!
Dragon Form!
Begin!
Spread!
Dragon Form!
Sweet now!
No further!
Explosive ring!
Ready and ready!
Benediction.
Smash you!
A banana! Let's go!
You're mine!
Hear my call! Razor attack!
Dragon Form!
Here's a healing arm! That'll bring you down!
Eagle Ray! Be still! Soaring Light Spear!
Will this help?
Strike!
Circle!
Lightning Thrust!
Elusive deity!
Sorry, trouble.
I'm ready! Totally! In an instant! Impact Clock! We work well together.
Like a finely timed waltz.
Not today! Dragon Form!
Elusive deity!
Explosive ring!
Eagle ray! Begin! Rough charge!
I owe you, Sion. Healing is what my art do best. All mine can do is cause havoc and destruction. I'll take it from here. Let's see how you handle this! Deus Roar! Oh, violent darting wind.
Benediction light.
Be still! Soaring!
And more this and I'll burn out.
I owe you one.
Seal!
Dragon Form!
A whirling struggle!
Lightning Thrust! Soaring Lightning Pile Driver! Dragon Form!
I'll face you.
No more playing nice! Oh, violent
Try
darting
this!
wind! It's in the sky, it's mine!
Burn!
Anything in armor is all mine!
It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire! Annihilation! Mega Ray!
Dazzle! Soaring Light Spear!
Now!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
This one will be difficult to predict. I've used too much.
This armor won't save you!
Stay calm. I shall provide assistance.
Soaring Light Spear!
Freeze Laser!
Be still! Soaring Light Spear!
In a bind?
You're mine!
You're finished, you!
The flame inside me! Be let free! Soaring blast! Spear! You picked the wrong fight! Blow them away!
Glacial spear. Pierce evil. That'll bring you down.
Okay! Swallow blade! Lightning thrust!
Annihilation.
Mirage! It's over! I'm ready! Totally! In an instant! Impact block! We work well together.
Like a finely timed walk.
Blow them away!
Remember to tell me if you need healing.
I expect you'll be in high demand if that's the case.
That enemy looks strong. I bet it'll be worth our while to fight it.
This won't be easy. Don't be such a pessimist.
Ignite!
Flame of fury.
Smash you!
Lightning sword.
Lightning thrust! Mirage!
Flame of Astral energy!
Say no more! Got it!
Well done.
Here I come! Be still! Soaring light spear!
Resonate
with the earth!
Can't be happening.
You'll pay for that! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Resonate with the earth!
I can't lose.
Slash! Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Not a chance! They might black and blade! Mirage!
Here I go!
Destruction! Can't get out of this!
Dance in the wind!
Lightning thrust!
Here!
This one's all
I'll be
mine!
saving this one!
Destruction! Burn in hell!
Glacial spear!
Here I
Here's
come!
evil! Freeze Lancer!
I feel stronger. I mean, a bit.
Good. We're counting on you, Rinwell.
On me? Well, I'll do my best.
That was quite the little adventure we went on.
Good food.
That was quite the little adventure we went on.
Bad feeling about this.
I never miss!
It's over!
You.
Water, hear my call! Thunder field! Arcane water! Sleep now!
Here I come!
Healing
Try harder! Not a chance! I must remember my Behold! The Earth pulse! Tectonic fission! Here I come!
Radiant
Explosive ring! Resonate with the earth!
Healing circle! Water, here!
Thanks for the healing. Watch yourself, okay?
Yeah, you too!
Dragon form! Explosive ring! Mega
It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire! There! One more! Mega ray!
It's on!
Outstanding form!
Burn in hell! Dragon form!
Sleep now!
Try this!
Explosive
ring!
Where are you going?
Heal! Here I come! I'm not...
Burning strike!
Dragon form!
Razor cyclone!
Soaring blast! Yeah, let loose! It's too much! Take it!
Mega ray!
Swallow blade!
Champion swirl!
Let me free you of your power. Charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop it.
Scarlet Inferno!
Benediction light.
You're mine!
What would I do now that you
Shattering? Can't get out of this!
Don't get in my way!
I can carve through armor!
I owe you, Tion.
Healing is what my arts do best.
All mine can do is squeeze the enemy's arts to me.
Milk and place here! Eat this!
Amazing.
Benediction light.
Raging cascade!
Dragon form!
Field!
Another incantation ruined.
Explosive ring! Destruction!
The fluidity of your movement is simply incredible.
Dance in the wind!
This one's mine.
Now I can let loose!
Will this help?
Take this! I can carve through armor!
Healing circle!
Perhaps now isn't time.
There you go!
Really
Don't let up, buddy!
You'll find no mercy.
Here comes burning strike! Now!
Hey! Blow them away!
Hold up. Is this as valuable as I think it is?
Brace yourself! This one's tough! Not today! Here! Swallow blade! Slash! Tackle!
Sorry.
I can shatter any steel. Leave the torture to me.
Pesky airborne scoundrel.
Sounds like a job for yours truly.
Come and face me! Take this!
Glacial
Soaring
spear.
right spear! You're mine!
Freeze lancer!
Begin!
Heal!
Turn the tables on!
There are still more left.
Right! No time to hold back! Eat dirt!
Behold! The earth pulse! Tectonic fission!
Glacial spear. This one's got your name on it.
Ashes to ashes! A merry distraction!
There's still more to go.
Deity! Flaming thrust! Soaring blast!
Blood!
Swallow blade! Flaming thrust! Bloody howling! Hurrah!
That'll bring you down.
Soaring negative date!
Amazing!
Now!
Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis!
More Sucrose?
Keep calm and take them down.
Begin!
Do it. This ends now.
Consider yourself finished! Not a chance!
More of them?
Strike!
Radiant
Hurrah!
here.
Crush! You escape! Swallow blade! Be still! Soaring light spear!
Do it.
Swallow blade! In an instant! Impact block! You more? You're mine! Stir! Soaring light spear!
No further!
Swallow blade!
Reload!
Lightning thrust!
Radiant
Soaring light spear!
I'm out of ammo!
So much
More with blackened blade!
Freeze Lancer!
Swallow blade!
I'll heal you all!
Castle! Soaring light spear! Swallow
The
blade!
enemy wields ours too.
You'll soon see about that.
You're mine!
Where are you going?
It's on!
Hear me! Flame of Fury!
I'm ready!
Glacial Spear! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Elliot!
I'm not done! It's over! Burn in hell! Here I come! Dragon Swarm! Explosive rain!
If it's in the sky, it's mine!
You're finished!
This one's mine!
You don't have firearms here in Dana.
I can show you mine.
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! Not a chance! I'm not done!
Excellent technique. How are your weapons holding up? That's not to give me any ideas.
As impressive as always.
Here I
This one's mine!
You're mine! Burn!
I never miss!
Take this! Swallow blade! In a bind? Lightning thrust! Soaring light spear! Ignite! Swallow blade! You're mine! Swallow blade!
This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes!
Radiant!
Here I come! Slash! I'll face you! Swallow blade! Be still! Soaring light spear!
With the
No escape! Swallow blade!
Here I come!
Now! All yours, Kisara! Take this! Take this!
Your arms are really incredible.
It's thanks to you I can use them.
And I promise I'll always please you.
You fight better at a distance. The further away, the better. You and I both.
Begin! Here I come! I'm not done! Not today! Shattering!
Astral energy!
Say no more.
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
Bad feeling about this.
I never miss!
Not a chance! Lion!
Now you see what I can do!
Dragon Swarm!
Into the shadows!
Airborne beasts. My spec.
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Here, let me help.
You're mine! Now I can let loose! Swallow blade!
Shield from calamity.
In a bind? You're finished!
I'm
Swallow blade! Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis! You don't mess around!
Here I come!
Certainly not.
Soaring light! You're mine! Come inside me! Yours to be let free!
Now, Kisara! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble!
Now! Soaring light spear!
I'll take you.
Eat this!
Here I go!
Here I
One
come!
more!
They
Lightning thrust!
Where are you going?
You're on!
In here!
Swallow blade!
Get on in there with you! Annihilation!
Denied!
Take this!
Negative Jade! Burning strike! Glacial Spear!
Destruction!
Do it!
Live up!
Astral energy!
Say no more.
Got it!
Well done!
Here I come!
Now!
Shield!
This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes!
I can feel my precision improving.
Wow! You've got to be... Look... to find this stuff.
Indeed. I can tell it's quite the find.
This one's tough, but we have no choice.
Let me know if you need healing.
Come one, come all. Dance in the wind. Here I come. Swallow blade. Dazzle. Soaring light spear. We got flyers.
I've got this! Let him marksman handle it!
I think I'm coming
All
down
yours.
with something grave.
A chronic inability to read the room?
A malady your art cannot fix.
Cyclone! March required complete focus! That'll bring you down! Oh, violent guarding wind! Carve down through walls!
Too slow.
Radiant fire!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Hurricane
Yukara, I'll stop your movement!
And I'll stop your life!
Dance in the
Nothing
wind!
gets by me!
In here!
Far enough!
Annihilation! This
I'm
is
on it.
amazing!
Storm!
Hurricane Storm!
Going in!
Here's evil!
Not my finest.
Come on!
You have to hold on! No big guard!
Supernova! Raging Storm! Hurricane Frost!
Look shot!
Talon Storm! Photon Easter!
Come on a roll, man! Too slow! Talon Storm!
This one's mine!
That'll
bring you down!
On guard! Dance in the wind!
You're flaming me
Not
now!
in your dreams!
Make it ready!
Searing Flip! Astral energy! Full throttle!
Faster! Going in! More power to protect everyone.
And to be protected.
Yeah, that... one.
The Zoogles here are putting up a real fight.
That just goes to show how important this place is.
Or perhaps they simply thrived freely here under such harsh conditions.
I don't give a...
The astral energy here is so dense. It's like trying to walk through water.
I know the Great Spirit's will is in the center of Rena, but with the world in this state, the entire planet has become its body, right? So doesn't that mean we're already inside it?
I would say that is horrifyingly correct. After all, the further we climb, the denser the astral energy becomes.
What's the matter, Rinwell? Are you not feeling all right?
No, it's nothing like that. It just feels like the energy here is a little more intense than it was before.
You mean Rena's energy?
Yeah. It's like when I made contact with Dana's will in the wedge. It's almost as though I can understand what Rena's will is thinking.
But Rena's will is supposed to be a lot stronger. Aren't we risking the Great Spirit controlling us if we interact with it directly?
I don't think we have to worry about that. Rena's will is only supposed to control true Renans, like the Helganquil. If we can discern what the Great Spirit is thinking too, we might learn something, a weakness. But just to be safe, let me contact it alone.
Are you insane? Rinwell, you're gonna...
Rinwell!
There was only meant to be one world. And your goal is to make them one. Is this fear? What just happened?
Are you all right? Rinwell? Rinwell, are you okay?
No, I'm fine. I think.
What were you thinking? You could have gotten yourself killed!
He's right. You had us all terrified, Rinwell.
I'm sorry. I really am. But I know now. I know how the Great Spirit thinks. I know what it wants, how it feels. Rena's Great Spirit wants to complete the world.
What's that supposed to mean? Are you saying it's trying to make something?
Yes, exactly. Originally, Dana and Rena were meant to be one world. But that never happened. They've stayed separated, and the Great Spirit wants to finish the process.
What do you mean, one world? How is that even possible?
I don't know, but its will is clear. That's what the Great Spirit is trying to accomplish. The only problem is that since Rena's energy isn't evenly spread like Dana's, it seems like it'll vanish before that happens naturally.
So it's trying to absorb Dana while it still can, so that it can force the two planets to unite. Is that what you're saying?
The Great Spirit is scared. But it's not scared the way a rational person would be. It's more raw and undiluted, like just pure fear.
Like an animal, acting out of instinct. Although admittedly, an animal would be easier to communicate with. At the very least, I have my doubts that it recognizes us as sentient beings with a reason for coming here. Earth, water, fire, and wind energy exist in both worlds, but only darkness and light can be found within Rena and Dana, respectively. The Renis Alma, as far as we know, the only host capable of harvesting the astral energy, is composed of all six. Knowing all that, Rinwell's findings do sound plausible.
That sounds a lot like Shion's thorns, doesn't it? The whole reason the Great Spirit is trying to unite Dana and Rena into one world is in order to save itself. And if her thorns are part of the Great Spirit, then they must also be trying to save themselves?
Alphen, what is it?
We thought the only way to free your thorns was for you to die. Yet despite that, they seem to be doing everything in their power to stop that from happening to you. Something wasn't adding up. But then I just realized something. If the Great Spirit doesn't want to die, then neither would your thorns. Those same emotions, that fear, that determination, and its energy must have been the same thing that was keeping you alive. You were its vessel.
In that case, is that why her thorns caused so much pain to anyone who touched her? Because they were trying to protect themselves?
If that's all true, then... well, it's more than a little ironic.
The Great Spirit merely expresses its desires. I imagine it was the Helganquil who were likely tasked with putting together and implementing an actual plan.
Xion.
I'm okay. We need to hurry and clean this mess up before it gets out of hand.
Still, even if the current state of the world is wrong like you said, does that really make everything okay?
If the world had been whole from the start, as it should have been, there'd be no Dana and no Rena, no masters or slaves, no lords, no crown contest, maybe just peace.
Got a really bad feeling about this.
Shattering pieces! Attack us!
In here! Field!
I'm not caught!
Those flying creatures are a real pain in the butt!
Deity!
A thrilling, exploit the enemy's
Dragon form!
By the outstanding form!
Burn in hell! Catapult! Dragon swarm!
Thunder field!
Amazing.
Explosive ray!
Here's evil! That'll bring you down!
Here I come! No escape!
Hold on to your art!
Take this!
Here I come!
I'll smash you! Dragon swarm! Explosive ring!
Let's get your pants away!
Seismic rupture!
Freeze laser!
Dragon swarm! It's wide open!
It won't escape me!
Explosive ring!
Can't get out of this!
Come on!
The enemy wields arms too.
We'll soon see about that!
Right there! The flame inside is yours! If you let it bring you apart! You picked the wrong fight! Dragon swarm!
This isn't looking good. Sorry to trouble you.
You do the same for me.
Swallow blade! Dragon swarm! I'll burn it all! Flaming pillar! Fire! Here I come! I'll face you! I'll smash you!
Supernova!
I'm not done! Swallow blade! Slash!
Raging! Hold on to your heart. Here I come! Where are you going?
Swallow blade! Burn in hell!
One more time!
Unity of the movement is simply incredible.
Explosive ray!
The everlasting dawn.
Water! Now here I come! Feel!
Anyone normal is all mine.
Mega ray! Cyclone! Dance in the wind! Feel! Back into the fray! Get out of there together!
Flaming thrust! Soaring
Here
light
goes.
spear!
Now we're
Here I come!
rending you bloody howling.
Dance in the wind! Air thrust!
This
Here's
thing
a
might
healing
crack
arc!
and blade.
Okay, here I go.
In here!
Do it! Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Quite necessary when creating weaponry.
Wherever we go on this planet, there are machines littered everywhere.
It's impressive to look at. As a bystander, but I sure wouldn't want to live here with all of this around.
I know what you mean. There are no fish here. I couldn't cook any of my delicious dinners for you all if we lived here.
Clearly the worst point against it. I have a bad feeling about this.
It's over!
It'll body slam us into next week!
Burn!
Magic is
Try
here!
this!
Now it's my
Charge
way!
like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop.
Not the second blade!
That'll bring you down! Dance in the wind! In here!
In a bind?
Here's a healing arc! Get out of there with the others! Here, let me help! Raging flame!
Armor won't save you!
I'll take it from here!
pull myself together.
Let's see how you handle this! Deus Roar! Here's a healing arc!
I'm giving you more than that.
Catapult!
Be still! Soaring light spear!
Water!
It's over!
Hear my call!
Dragon swarm!
Oh, violent guardian!
Explosive ray!
In here!
Lightning thrust!
Hear my call! Sorry!
You'll pay for that! This time!
Breathe laser!
Ether!
From
Dragon
beyond,
swarm!
imbue this vanquished soul with light. Resuscitate.
Explosive ray! Okay, here I go. You're mine!
Smart!
Being interrupted.
Thanks!
Scream,
All
bathed in
disasters
blood.
ready!
Resonate with the earth.
I can't hear you!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
I'm ready! Radiant here!
Far enough. Now you see what I can do.
Radiant storm! I never come through! Dance in the
Be
wind!
still! Soaring light spear! Ether! Dragon swarm!
Benedict
Try this!
light.
Lightning warrior! Here's evil! Dance in the wind! This one's mine!
Here I come!
It looks like you got this one covered!
Such unadulterated
Here's
fury.
evil! I'll be saving this one! The waters of magic! I don't even know the word defeat. Here I go!
Can you take it? Here I come! No further! I'm not done! This catapult!
It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire! Glacial spear, pierce evil!
You're my...
Dance to the wind!
I'll smash you! Be still! This one's all mine! You picked the wrong fight! Try harder! My turn!
Glacial spear, pierce evil!
Dragon form!
Freeze lancer!
Deny! Blood! Rending you apart!
Hear me, shining fury! Up and out! Let's go! Can't be held as that.
Stay away from my friend!
I'm sorry.
Eat this! I'm nearly done for. Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Oh! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! See that? That training's paying off! I'll smash you! Be still! Soaring Light Spear! I'm not done!
This one's mine!
Dragon Swarm! Dragon Swarm! Try this! Explosive Ring!
One more time!
This one's all mine! I'll run you through! Take this! Not today! Dragon Swarm! Here! You're done! It's time to devastation! Dazzle! Can't move!
Come on!
You can kill!
Take the arrow!
I'm just getting started!
Now!
Double dance! Goodwill! Demon's Descent! Flashing Fang!
Hey, anyone else think this might be a touch too dangerous?
Ridwell's right. We should fall back to regroup and try again later.
This one will be difficult to predict.
In the wind!
Your mother!
Now you see what I can do!
What's in the sky is mine!
Bathed in blood.
Dragon Swarm! Try this! Explosive Ring!
Not in your dreams!
Here I come!
Healing soul!
I'm ready!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
There you go, Alpha!
It's time to end this battle.
I'm right beside you!
Here I come!
I'm ready! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
My turn! The flame inside me, yours! Be let free! I'm ready! Chill!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
Am I on a rope? Or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
Ready? I can't hold on much longer.
I didn't want to put you out.
What are friends for if we can't depend on them?
You're right.
See what I can
I'll
do.
bear that in mind.
Be still! You're on! Try this! Explosive ring! Here I come! I'm not
I can't take much more.
Where are you going? Sleep now.
Castle! Soaring light spear!
Everlasting
It
Can't get out of this!
Healing circle.
resonate with you.
You picked the wrong fight! Dragon form! Try this! Explosive ring!
Armor won't save you.
Castle! Soaring light! No escape! Dragon form! Dragon form! Try harder! Now!
I'll stop its charge. Thanks, Kisara.
Knocked him!
I'm out of
Dragon form!
Annihilation! Don't give up! Sleep now. Maybe this way. Oh, that'll bring you down.
Take this. Now you see what I can do.
Now for something special.
First strike!
Sleep now. I'll be here Spread a banana.
Eat this.
Glacier Meteor. Here comes the Healers of Purity.
Hurricane strike. Just their arcs were interrupted. I'll take you all on. Ha! Flare the Malicia. On guard. Do it! Kisara, I'll stop your movement.
And I'll stop your life!
How much longer will our healing arts last?
So those thorns of Shion's, they're really a part of Rena's great spirit?
Most likely. But only a small fragment of it in... the big picture. I don't sense a will of its own emanating from them.
If it's that insignificant, is there that much point getting rid of it? Question for you. Let's say, knock on wood, everything turns out for the best.
What'll the world be like? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of this, do you really think everything will be that different?
A lot will have to change, that's for sure. The world will have to adjust to so much. My only worry is if those changes turn out to be merely skin deep.
What do you mean?
It's well and good putting an end to Renan rule. But if it just turns the tables, it's all for naught.
That's true. Just as bad if the Danans started pressing their own.
Renans, Danans, astral art users, mages. The world is full of labels used to divide and separate people.
If only we could see differences like that for what they are. No different as someone having a musical talent or being good with their hands. Not differences so much as characteristics.
It will take someone in power to set an example. But with time, people will follow. And then, perhaps one day...
There will no longer be any need for the example. It will have become second nature.
That's where we come in. We can set the example. Imagine it. A world where magic and astral arts are used to help people. Where that's the norm rather than the exception.
Yeah, you're right, Rinwell. Why wait for somebody else? We can show them ourselves.
That is one enormous stray.
I don't think we can take it right now.
This one will be difficult to predict.
Here I come! Can you take it? Here I come! Take this! You're mine! I'm not done! It's over! You're mine!
Exploit the enemy's weakness.
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
All disasters made one. Come forth, a healing
You're
from
mine!
here.
Do it! In an instant! Impact block! We work well together.
Finally timed walk.
Lightning orb! Raging cascade! This one's mine! Sleep now!
Slash! We swallow the blade! Burning like spear!
Now!
Ring left! Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis!
My turn! Leave the charges to me!
Hear my call!
Burn it high! Dragon Swarm!
Crossblade! Water! Hear my call! The wind!
Explosive ring!
It looks like you got this covered.
Take this! I'm not done!
Here, let me help. Get on in there with the others. I can't heal you forever.
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Benediction light.
You're mine!
Now you see what I can do!
Heal! No escape!
Healing circle! More where that came from.
Try harder!
Here goes.
My turn!
Thanks for the healing. Watch your back, okay?
Yeah, you too.
Now! Really!
Take it down.
Back
into the fray.
Dragon Swarm!
Go get it. Go get it in the wind. Sleep now.
Here I come! Strike!
fine?
Dance in the wind!
You picked the wrong fight!
I picked the Dance in the wind!
Portal blade!
Blood! Rending you a bloody howling!
Is this it? Forgive me.
There you go! Go right up!
I'll smash you! My blackened blade!
Celestial
Run you through! Talon sword! Execution!
Celestial energy! Dance in the wind!
Watch ancient deity!
Let them mark the I never miss! Do it!
Don't leave! Hey! Blow them away!
I'm impressed you managed to keep up.
Don't patronize me.
A dead end, huh?
Why don't we just use this?
Wait!
Jeez! Don't scare me like that! What, is there something wrong with it?
No, it's not that. It's just... this is it. Whatever it is, we're about to find out.
It's the moment of truth. There's no turning back now till we've won. Either we get through this, or we vanish along with the rest of the world as we know it. Is everyone ready?
We've come this far. I'm not about to turn tail now. I say we knock this thing out and head back home.
It's time to relegate the past to where it belongs. It's been a long journey getting here, but it ends now.
No, this isn't the end. Once we've overthrown the old order, there's still the task of creating a new world.
A world without divisions, where no one cares whether you're Danon or Renan, or if you have magic or not. You're right. We have to win this.
Let's get going then. After all, our future awaits.
Our future, one free of tyranny and exploitation. For the freedom to live with those we hold dear, and for a new era. Let's go! giant flower?
We're finally here then.
But then, where is the core of the Great Spirit? Or the Renaissance, for that matter.
According to Hevrek 35, this should be where we find the core.
Rinwell, do you sense anything?
This is definitely where the energy of the Great Spirit is strongest, but what's giving off the most energy is the flower we're standing on.
That said, we're not gonna be able to destroy something this huge. You want me to hit it and see what happens?
Hey, look!
The Renaissance!
Is that like Dana's astral energy? But why?
What?
Stay sharp! Something's coming!
It wants us gone. It has so much anger. All of its fear has evolved into hatred.
So then, you're saying that this is the Great Spirit's core?
And in order to fight us, it's taken on this form?
My thorns. I feel them whirling inside me. They're getting restless. I'm certain of it. This is the source of my thorns, and of my visions. This is the darkness that will consume all existence.
What do we do now? The Renaissance is inside that thing. And I don't think we'll win this fight without it.
We have to get it back.
We will find a way somehow!
Agreed. And now that it has a physical form, cutting through it's what we'll do.
Great Spirit, I understand you want to live. You've made that very clear. However, if you're planning on destroying everything, then first,
You'll have to get through us! Everyone, let's go!
We're not energy for you to consume, and we're not puppets for you to control!
Only humankind has a right to determine their own future. We will never let something like you take that away from us.
I'm sorry, but we won't let you take any more away from us. We'll do whatever it takes to stop you.
I fight to quell the sound of anguish from our world, that it may be filled with joy and peace once again.
Give it back. Give it all back. Give us back our world and give me back my own life.
Once and for all, we are going to end centuries of terror and death. Right here, right now. Be still!
Raging
Destroy You escape! Be still!
That'll bring you down.
Here I come! Rising, try this!
Here I come. Raging storm.
This one's all mine!
Not like
Not today!
A thrilling performance.
Here I come! Strike!
All mine can do is cause havoc and destruction. Astral energy!
Say no more. Take it!
Lightning!
Move!
Here's a healing art!
I'll smash you!
Let me
dragon
sword! Astral energy! Here's the heal!
Explosive ring!
This is pretty handy! They're surrounding us!
What the world is this round thing?
An attack. Is this a Lord's handiwork?
I'm past being surprised.
I say we destroy it, and quick!
Thanks so much!
Being interrupted.
Hard now!
Take this!
With the earth.
You're mine!
Bloody howling.
Supernova!
Here I come! This one's all mine!
Another
incantation
Try harder! Ignite!
Astral energy!
Take that! Now you see what I can do!
Radiant! Here! Freeze Lancer! Hear my call! It's in the sky, it's mine! That'll bring you down! Sleep! There!
You're mine!
Here's a healing art! Shield!
Flaming thrust!
My natural defenses are fading. I'm a sitting duck.
Retreat from this battle.
Retreat? I would never! Glacial Spear! Here's evil!
Try harder!
Watch yourself.
Not
Incredible power.
I'm not done!
Dragon Blow!
Ready and ready.
Wherever the stop sign!
Armor won't save you.
Thunder Field!
Elusive deity.
Out of ammo! Alright!
My turn!
Black and flame.
Annihilation!
Burn it out! You're mine! Move it! Crush!
That'll bring you down! Not in your dreams!
Can't get out of this.
Raging Sword!
Don't know what I'd do without you.
Leading pile driver.
Try harder! My turn!
Elusive deity.
Not a chance! I'm not gonna try harder! Here I go! Time to let it rip! Dragon Sword! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
After all that, it's still standing. Just how strong is this thing?
It doesn't matter. We just have to keep kicking its ass until it bites the dust.
The Great Spirits!
Damn. Must have been conserving its energy for an escape.
That bastard took off with the Renaissance!
We can't stand here and wait for it to come back. We'll have to follow it through there.
You're right. I don't like it, but we've got no choice.
Yeah. No matter what, we can't let it get away.
All right, let's go.
I'm surprised we can stand here at all. What in the hell is this place?
Beats me. I've never seen anything like it. More importantly, where's the Great Spirit?
Look! Over there!
What in the world? It's changing shape?
Oh, this is bad. It looks like it's regaining all of its energy. It's going to grow even bigger than before.
Damn it. Come on, we've got to find a way to...
Watch out! Something's heading our way!
Guess they're here to try to stop us. There's so many of them.
That means we've got it running scared. Let's take these out and keep moving!
Get out of our way already!
I didn't expect such base tactics. Supreme being.
You can't assume we're fighting something that thinks like a human!
Whatever it is, it's wasting time that we don't have.
Yeah, not only that, but that thing is getting bigger by the minute.
It's starting to slow down the more it grows. We should be able to catch up soon enough.
We just need to hold on. Stay strong, everyone, and stand your ground. Now, here I come.
Lancer! The water's up! Let them grab and handle this! Got this one's mine!
Charge like that can easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop.
Flame of fury! Burning!
Glacial steel.
Here I come. Dragon form. Soaring blast.
Far enough!
Glacial steel! Here's evil! Here's the
Take this. Yours to be let free. You picked the wrong fight. Dragon form.
Let the marksman handle this! More for the stockpile! Where are you going?
You'll find no mercy. No escape. Dragon form. Evil ray. And more of them. I'll burn out. Behold! The Earth pulse! Tectonic vision!
Here's a healing
Come
art!
on!
First
I
aid!
owe you one. Try harder! My turn! I'm not done!
Breaking! Charge!
It's over! Here I come!
Hear my
I
call!
can carve through armor!
Supernova! Breaking!
Time!
Here's evil! Dance in the wind! Air thrust!
Not today! Here I come! No escape!
Lightning orb!
Dragon form!
Violation!
Mirage! You're mine!
Lightning orb!
Here I come! Dragon form!
Radiant flash!
Megasonic thrust!
Radiant lightning orb!
No escape!
Dance in the
Megasonic
wind!
thrust!
In here!
Try this!
Here! I'll be saving
might
you!
be black and
Out of
blade.
ammo! First aid! That'll bring you down!
Here I come!
Anything in order is beyond!
Far enough!
Armor won't save you! Let me help!
You're mine! The flame inside me, yours to be let free!
Healing flame of fury! Burning!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Radiant pierce!
Benediction.
Radiant orb!
Ignite!
Take this! Hear my call!
Try this!
By the tenor!
Explosive ring! Rending you apart!
Radiant orb!
Flash!
Celestial order! I hear the sound! Thanks so much!
Try
Here I
harder!
go! One blow!
No escape! Dragon form!
Back into the fray!
Take this!
Shiny supernova! Mega ray!
Take this! Here I come! I'm not going! Destruction!
Astral energy! Purge the level! Arcane waterfall! Freeze Lancer! Dance in the wind!
Save you!
Freeze Lancer!
Nothing
Air
gets
thrust!
by me!
Like astral
Resonate with the
energy!
earth!
Prime and red!
Dragon form!
That'll bring you down!
Rending you apart!
Go get him!
Bloody
Glacial steel! Here's evil! Magic and nature!
Be still! Soaring light spear!
Healing
You're
touch!
mine!
Now!
Chill!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
There!
My turn!
Into the shadow!
Burn!
Dragon form! Carve now! Wall!
Begin!
Mega ray!
Explosive ring!
More for the stockpile!
Far enough!
You're mine! Swallow!
Purge malevolence!
I don't even know the word defeat.
No escape!
Radiant
Soaring
flame!
radiant ring!
I'll be saving this one!
Won't save you!
Seismic
Mega
rock!
ray! Radiant charge!
Take this!
I'm out of ammo!
You're mine! Be still!
I'm
ready! In an instant! Impact block!
Brace yourselves! We're going to crash!
We caught up to it.
Hold on. Why did it stop absorbing the energy from Dana?
Like it or not, it lacks the means to do so whilst fighting us. We've become the bigger threat and forced its hand.
All right then. Let's get to work so we can take back the Renaissance.
This madness ends right here, right now! And this time, we really mean it!
We've all come so far. We've faced so much. We can't get through it. Together!
Naturally, we are all leaving this fight alive.
Hell, I'm just getting warmed up. You ain't seen nothing yet.
The Great Spirit's getting desperate. So stay on your toes, everyone.
Breaking sword! Hear me!
Here I
Flame
come!
of fury! Burning photon
Its
sword!
power is overwhelming.
Then let's whittle down that thing's power. Go!
Right. Let's start with the arms.
Let's do this, Law!
Leave it to me!
Everyone, I'm counting on you.
Bloody howling!
Blazing spear! Pierce evil! Raging cascade!
You're
Freeze
mine!
lancer!
Lightning thrust!
Everlasting negative gate! Not now, not now!
Forgive me. This is my fault.
From beyond, imbue this vanquished soul with life! Resuscitation!
Burn in hell!
I mean you're dead. I'm sorry to trouble you.
Anything normal is all mine!
Let's
see what I can do!
Start up!
That'll bring you down!
Dragon Swarm!
Try
this! Explosive ring!
Here goes! First aid!
Now escape!
Radiant
Be still! Start up!
Elusive
beam! Soaring lightning!
Thunder wheel! Fury! Burning!
Resonate with the earth!
Pierce evil! Raging sword!
Elusive deity!
Dragon Swarm!
Lightning orb! And again!
Dragon Swarm!
Elusive deity!
Explosive ring!
Shining supernova!
You're mine!
You and me! From here on out! We did it! Pierce evil! Pierce lancer! Amazing! All that astral energy!
I don't like the look of this.
We have to stop it! It's back!
Can you
You're mine!
Burning shining supernova! Hear my call!
Explosive ring!
This one's mine! Thunder shield! Where are you going?
You're finished!
Everyone okay?
Still alive somehow.
Here, let me heal you.
Now! Here I come!
Blood!
Here I come! Soaring lightning!
Water! Hear my call!
You're mine!
Nothing gets by me!
You're mine!
Shattering pieces! Attack time!
Be still! Soaring lightning!
Bloody hard!
Soaring light spear! Dragon Swarm! Try this! Explosive ring!
No more dithering!
Our future begins here!
Always impressive.
I guess that... It's two of us.
Now all that's left is the middle!
Let's do it! I'll be safe for this one! Water! Hear my call!
Explosive ring!
Armor won't save you!
You're mine! You're finished! Swallow blade!
Black! Steel!
Swallow blade!
Laser!
Battle!
This one's mine! Attack time!
No escape!
Glacier
Take this!
spear! Pierce
You're
evil!
mine! I'm not...
Dana!
I'm not done! Destruction! could do without this pain.
Sweet dreams!
No further! Dragon Swarm!
Take it! Freeze Lancer!
You're mine!
Sweet dreams! All stopped up! Freeze Lancer!
Here I come! You picked the wrong fight!
In here! Back into the fray! More resistance
Try this!
style! Into the shadows!
Explosive ring!
Now you see what I can do!
Not a
More
chance!
natural
I'm not done!
Another incantation ruined.
Hands in the way!
You're mine!
Feel!
Glacial Spear!
Dragon Swarm!
Freeze Lancer! More where that came from!
Explosive ring!
Wind Astral Energy! That'll bring you down!
Burn!
Raging Cascade!
Here I come!
Tearing you apart!
Dance in the Mega Ray!
You're mine!
Here's evil!
Now or never!
Here's a healing art!
Not a chance! I'm not done!
Now you see what I can do!
Blood!
Wind!
I owe you one! Try this!
Into the shadows!
Explosive ring! Here I come! Swallow blade! You're on! Take this!
We'll soon see about that!
Explosive ring! Try harder! My turn! I'm not try harder! Not a chance! Dragon Swarm! It's too much!
Don't
Can't
leave
get
me!
out of this!
One more! This one's mine!
Smash you! Shield!
This is it!
This ends now!
Alphen!
Yeah! We're both fine. We're going to start the ceremony now, before it can recover. Shion.
Yeah.
I've returned, just as I told you I would.
Hurry! The Great Spirit is reviving itself!
absorbing the Great Spirit!
Apologies. I can't suppress it for very long.
Hand it over right now. You plan to use this to defeat the Great Spirit. Which is precisely why I'm here. Stand aside and watch. So then you know how to destroy the Great Spirit. Just as well as you and your sorry lot. The Great Spirit that tried to control me will be annihilated. I won't let you do that! Yet do it I shall. And there's nothing you can do to stop me. You bastard! I shall fulfill my duty as a ruler. With this power, I'll bury that woman and the Great Spirit. Then this charade will finally end.
Save everyone. And Sion!
Silence. I'll tear you apart, slay the girl and the Great Spirit, and erect a fortress of death over both worlds.
What do you get from a thing? When you have all that power, what will you do?
My dominion shall reign over all existence. Nothing else matters.
This is so you can rule over all existence just because?
Despicable as they were, even the other lords, even the Great Spirit had a future in mind. But you have nothing, only death. So what? It matters little to me. You are pathetic, truly pathetic, and you're not. You are a failure. Empty. A sovereign who couldn't even die in his own time as he was meant to. You're right. I used to wonder why I was... still alive after so long. There are things in this world, in the here and now, that are worth protecting. That's why I'm still here.
And I won't let you take them away! Take this! Destruction! Out of my sight! This one's all mine! The fury of lightning! Why do you resist? Crush! Megasonic thrust! Try this! Explosive ring! Lead! You will take it out at my head! The fury of lightning! There! Burn! Dragon swarm! Explosive ring! Take this! I am the sovereign! You are nothing! Destruction! Lightning thrust! Try harder! Menton! Slash! You picked the wrong fight! Dragon swarm! You will beg me for mercy! Megasonic thrust! Pierce! I shall erase everything! Dragon swarm! I'll destroy you! All shall bow before me! Accept your fate! You picked the wrong fight! You control others to keep from being controlled, but that's a path of never-ending hatred! Don't you understand? It can only end in destruction. The only way to avoid it is with forgiveness! The words of a coward! Your weakness disgusts me! wrong. It takes true power to forgive!
I have no use for forgiveness. The strong shall always triumph here.
You say that because you've been alone so long. If you had anyone to turn to, a single friend, someone to love, people who would support and guide you can't have been alone your whole life. All I remember is the lashes of mercy, each strike spreading a stream of fire across my back. The masters who killed slaves for sport, and the slaves who sacrificed their compatriots that they might live. There is no love, no friendship, not there or anywhere else. Is there no way for you to see this differently? Enough! You gamble the fate of this world to save a single life, and yet I am the evil one? How utterly ridiculous. It's true. Maybe it is selfish of me to want to save her, but I swore that I would let no one else be sacrificed in this battle. I can't bear to see her die. You and I are so much more alike than I had ever imagined. No, we're not. I want a world built on kindness, on giving, on warmth. You take and destroy. I'm nothing like you.
Try this! Power is on! Explosive ring! Truth of it! All others shall be banished! Try harder! Not a chance!
The Blazing Sword. The power Xion has bestowed upon me.
I'll take you down! Explosive ring! Ignite! The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Rending to hell! Ignite! It's on! Infernal torrent! Explosive ring! Burn in hell! The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Rending flash! Try this! Infernal torrent! Explosive ring! Ignite! It's on!
You will beg me for mercy!
Try this! Explosive ring! Burn in hell! Power he's all! Explosive ring! Blended flash! Truth of it! All others shall be banished! Try this! It's over! You are the last obstacle impeding my progress! Die! That's my line! I'll show you the limits of your solitude!
What you've done is evil. There's no denying that. I know you didn't walk your path out of weakness, but merely from misguided strength. Misguided because you were alone. Because you had no friends to keep you on the straight and narrow. No one to use all that strength for, other than yourself. That loneliness could make a monster out of anyone. Out of me. I understand. And I forgive you, Volrun. I don't need your victor's pity. And you can choke on your vain forgiveness. Don't! You wish to save this world? To make your selfish dreams into reality? If you choose to walk that path, you
choose a path of betrayal, despair, and corruption. And in the darkness at the end, I'll be waiting for you! Full run! I'm sorry. The Renaissance is...
Yes. But you still possess the Blazing Sword. It may not be quite as strong as the Renaissance, but nonetheless...
I can't! I would never! It would kill you!
My thorns, they're... Soon the great astral spirit will break free. And when that happens, no one will be spared. But there's still time. You can still destroy the thorns. And me with them.
But that's exactly what we've been fighting to prevent. I promised I would find a way to save you.
You did. I know. But I don't want you to die either. So please, don't let me be the end of the world.
That's it. Look! The path Dana's energy flowed through is still open. We can use it to call out to Dana's will!
Alphen, what are you saying?
Don't you remember? Rinwell said there was a little bit of Dana's will inside all of us. If there is a way everyone can come together to form Dana's will, then maybe we can ask for it to help us, to find us a way out of this.
Are you really saying that if all of Dana thinks of saving us, it will become the will of the planet itself? That's madness.
Maybe so, but it's the only way we can save you. And the only way to save Rena, too.
To save Rena?
That's right. Rena's will never had evil intent. If we're saving everyone, that includes them. I don't want to live in a world without you, Xion. And I'm tired of living a life built on death.
Alphen, I'm with you.
Collective will of Dana, hear my plea! I want to save Xion! And I want to save Rena too! I want to end this cycle of one joy, constantly being sacrificed for another's pain! So please, grant us your strength! Let's go!